Chapter 211, Special Security Consultant. Chapter 211, Special Security Consultant. Mr. Brewster, could you remain quiet, please? At the moment, Sienna and the principal of UCLA, Lauter Brewster, were trapped in an office. Sienna had cast a spell at the door to temporarily hide their smells. Lauter's face was filled with horror. Miss Sienna, you promised that you can definitely settle this problem, but not only did you not, you also caused me to be in danger. You're the one who followed me here. If you weren't here, I would have gone out alone and killed all those things, Sienna refuted. Also, you haven't explained to me why there are so many evil spirits hiding in this old college building. Was there a massacre in your college? Nonsense. There have indeed been a few accidents here, but at most 1 or 2 people died each time. Now you're saying that there are hundreds of evil spirits outside. Are you trying to exaggerate the situation and then get more money from me? Then will you increase my pay? Don't even think about it. Suddenly, Sienna's phone rang. She quickly picked it up. Hello, Chen? Yes. Where are you? We're already in the abandoned college building. You and Farley. Are you an idiot? Why did you bring Farley to such a dangerous place? She drove me here. I was too worried to leave her in the car, so I ended up bringing her along. We're trapped in the leftmost office on the top floor. I cast a spell on the door and we're safe for now. After Sienna hung up, Lauter asked, who's coming? Reinforcement. Hope that your reinforcement can do something. I don't want another person to be trapped in this office. If even he can't solve the problem, you can start to prepare your will, but in your will, you better pay me my $10,000. Chen, are there really evil spirits here? Farley held on to Chen Zhao's arm. Although it was very dark, Farley was not scared at all. She felt very safe beside Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao rolled his eyes. With Blackie's speed, no evil spirit could even appear before Farley, not to mention that Farley could not see them anyway. When they reached the top floor, they walked along the corridor and opened a few doors. However, they did not see Sienna. Chen Zhao could only call her again. Sienna, where exactly are you now? Why couldn't I find you? Didn't I tell you that I've cast a spell on the door? You should be able to crack the spell. Shouldn't it be simple? I'm amateur, Chen Zhao said helplessly. Sienna had only cast a simple illusion to trick the evil spirits. From the outside, the door to the office she was in looked like an ordinary wall. She thought that Chen Zhao could surely crack her spell easily, but he could not even find the correct place. Looks like my spell is rather powerful. Sienna was very pleased. Stop wasting time and cancel the spell now. What if evil spirits come in? I've finished most of them, Chen Zhao said. How long have you been here again? There are 100 of them. Is it? I didn't count. Sienna carefully removed the illusion spell and stuck her head outside the door to check the corridor. Sienna's there. Chen Zhao and Farley both saw Sienna's head. Chen Zhao waved his hand. Sienna. Seeing Chen Zhao, Sienna also heaved a sigh of relief. She turned her head and said, it's safe now. We can go out. Lauter could finally leave the office and relax. Have you killed all of them? Most of them. Some ran away, Chen Zhao said. How many? Sienna asked. About 1/10, Chen Zhao answered. Hi. I'm Lauter Brewster, principal of UCLA. Lauter made a handshake with Chen Zhao. I'm Chen Zhao, Chinese. This is my girlfriend. China, a mysterious nation. Are you interested in becoming a special security consultant at the college? Sorry, I have my own job. 10,000 a month. As long as you help me settle supernatural events, Lauter added. Sienna's eyes glittered wildly. Chen Zhao knew at once what she was thinking. Sorry, I'm only an amateur. My main occupation is a doctor. Ms. Sienna is more professional than me, Chen Zhao rejected. But she couldn't even solve this kind of small problem. It's different. Chen Zhao shook his head. I only know how to exorcise evil spirits. For the other parts, Sienna is much better than me. For example, I couldn't even find you just now because of her spell. Lauter thought about it. Indeed, this seemed to be the case. Ms. Sienna, Then will you become our college's special security consultant? Your job will be to handle all the supernatural events here. Yes, but I need a personal assistant, Sienna said. The college has to pay her as well. If it's just an assistant, I accept. After all, Lauter was the principal. He had enough power in the college. But you must solve the problem in this building first. Isn't it already solved? You said that some evil spirits ran away. What if they come back again? All right. I'll clean this place up, Sienna said. But you need to give me my pay for this mission first. To get her new job, Sienna had no choice but to accept the request. Her monthly salary would be $10,000, and Chris could also become her assistant. This could solve all their problems with spending. In addition, they no longer needed to stay at David's house. While David had never harassed them in his house, they still wished to move out. With a stable income, they could finally fulfill their wish. Moreover, most of the evil spirits in the abandoned building had been killed by Chen Zhao. Sienna was confident that she could settle the rest of the herd. Of course, even in the worst-case scenario, she could still call Chen Zhao again to finish the remaining spirits. Anyway, Chen Zhao and Farley rushed home to have their romantic time. Chen, why didn't I see you attack at all? Were there really evil spirits in that abandoned building? Farley asked. She felt that it was more like a stroll at night than entering a haunted building. Chapter 212, Mexican Gang. Chapter 212, Mexican Gang. In the morning, Chen Zhao went to Sean's family manor. It was his second treatment for old Sean and received $30,000 in payment. The Sean family was a very famous mafia family in L.A. Chen Zhao had specifically researched after leaving last time. He didn't need to do any special searches. He only had to Google Sean family and there would be a list of this family's information. Their power reached various crooks and crannies of L.A. They were the true underworld kingdom of the city while the patriarch was the king. Chen Zhao respected Sean. Whenever he faced Sean, he would purposely lay low. Before him, Chen Zhao was only a doctor. After leaving the manor, Chen Zhao went to the gym. Ethan hadn't introduced him to any new clients these days, so his schedule was pretty simple. He went to the gym in the morning, Mr. Doman's house in the afternoon, and went home at night. When he reached the gym, he saw Anderson sitting on the ground with a swollen face. Anderson, did you get beaten by Gaia? No, I fought in an amateur competition last night. Gaia walked over now. Anderson, it's too dangerous for you to fight in amateur competitions with your current abilities. Anderson, you tried amateur competitions? The money's good, so I wanted to try, but I got eliminated in the first round, Anderson said, a bit dejected. That's a good thing for you, Gaia said. People die every year in the AQ tournament. It gets more violent the further you go. AQ tournament? Chen Zhao asked curiously. What's that? How come I've never heard about it before? It's actually held by the elites for the rich members to enjoy themselves. The champion each year wins $1,200,000. It's the highest prize money in amateur fights. There also aren't any rules, other than not being able to hit the lower body. There are no time restrictions either. As long as one party hasn't surrendered, they can keep going. $1,020,000 isn't a small number. Gaia, how come you don't participate? Are women not allowed? No, but I might not win even if I go, Gaia said, shaking her head. The participants are all top fighters. I think I'm strong, but I may not be the strongest. She glanced at Chen Zhao. I think you can try though. Please, even you're not confident. Wouldn't it be suicide for me? Plus, I'm a doctor. Chen Zhao's biggest wish was to hit Gaia once, but this hadn't come true yet. He didn't think that he'd hope for something that even Gaia wasn't confident about. Gaia smiled. She just said it offhandedly. She knew that Chen Zhao was too scared to get into the ring. Chen Zhao had only started practicing to take revenge on her instead of becoming stronger for himself or competing. Now, Chen Zhao's abilities weren't weak at all. It was his heart that was weak. This was understandable though. Gaia was the coach for the army. Women couldn't stand their ground there if she didn't have the abilities. Chen Zhao learned boxing just to take revenge Gaia, but at this point, he already gave up on that. He also didn't have the pressures of living like Anderson. Gaia knew that Chen Zhao had a high income. At least, she knew that he'd spent a few $100,000 on causing trouble for a billionaire. David, congratulations. The police director patted David's shoulder. You performed well at the Harry Bank. Old York is retiring this year. There are high possibilities of you taking his spot. In the bank robbery case, David had saved the captive, shot a robber, and captured 2 robbers. The security camera footage and video from the reporter present were played continuously in the media. This boosted the director's reputation. David was also praised by L.A.'s mayor. Of course, he was also treated as a hero. After all, David's performance yesterday had been too amazing. After the robbers broke into the bank, they shot the bank's security guard before anyone could react. No one could avoid this, but it was evident from this how evil the group of robbers was. Then David pretended to surrender but was observing quietly. He worked together with his friend and used advanced fighting skills to restrict the robbers and used great shooting skills to kill 1 robber. As for the 2 that had escaped, it couldn't be helped. David was only one person and he had to save the captive too. This scene had been replayed many times by various media. They all complimented on how beautiful it was. In one night, David became the representative of his department. Old York was a leader of serious crimes. He was respected in the department but was already at retirement age. Now that David performed so well, he naturally became the one with the biggest chance of taking Old York's spot. However, the 2 escaped robbers still haven't been found. You can't relax. Continue trying to catch them. Yes, sir. I understand. David couldn't wait to share this with all his friends. He called them all and invited them to dinner and party. At the same time, the 2 robbers stole $2 million from the bank, but before they could enjoy their lives, they were captured by the Mexican gang. This was one of the cruelest gangs in America. They might not be as deeply established as the mafia, but they were very good at their jobs, being cruel. The gang was unparalleled in that aspect. Odutra looked at the 2 bloody robbers. You abandoned my little brother like that. Do you know how much time I spent on raising him? How much effort? You know how sad I was when I heard that he'd died. Odutra, sorry, I'm sorry, I wanted to save Oxys, but you know how it was. We didn't know the police would be in the bank. I don't want explanations. I want you to return your brother to me. I can't take it anymore. Kill me. The other robber couldn't take the torture anymore. He'd rather die than continue. You want to die? Great. Bring in the gift I prepared for them. A huge jar of water was pushed in. It was a 2-meter deep cistern. A group of piranhas swam inside it. They were man-eating fish. No, Odutra, let me go, I don't want to die. Ah. The 2 robbers were tossed into the cistern. They were already bloody and the piranhas attacked them immediately. The water instantly turned murky. Odutra listened to the tragic cries, his features still dark. Find the police. I will make them pay. No one can hurt the Devhal family. Chapter 213 Attack on the Sea. Chapter 213 Attack on the Sea. David, congrats. You've become a huge star among the police. Leonardo had also been invited. He hugged David and gave him his blessing. Everyone, this is Kate. David introduced Kate to the others. Today, Kate had dressed up exquisitely, planning to be the sole star of the night. Kate was wearing her business attire and carrying a shoulder bag. It would seem that she had just come back from work. In the end, Farley, Sienna, and Chris were all as good-looking as her. Kate's smile was somewhat unnatural for the whole meal. Luckily, none of the 3 ladies was interested in David, for which she felt really relieved. After all, to Kate, only David was her perfect man. Chen Zhao also did not mention the conflict between Kate and him. Everyone had a harmonious time. By the time they walked out of the restaurant holding each other's shoulder, they were totally drunk. Burp. Where do we go next? David had also drunk a lot, but it looked like he still wanted more. I want to see the whale. I want to see Amorn, Sienna said dizzily. Me too. Chen, I haven't even seen Amorn. Farley was also drunk. If she was clear-headed, she would definitely not suggest playing near the sea while drunk, because it was extremely dangerous. Sure. Burp. Let's go to the sea and see Amorn. Who's Amorn? Leonardo asked, confused. A whale, killer whale. Burp. Go. Let's go to Angel Beach. Chen Zhao was also lurching. The drunken group flagged 2 cabs and headed for Angel Beach. However, when they arrived at the beach, they could see nothing apart from the pitch-dark seacoast. Amorn was clearly nowhere to be seen. Chen. Where's Amorn? Wait. Let me call him. Chen Zhao staggered toward the sea. When the seawater reached knee-height, he stopped and shouted, Amorn. Just then, the drunken group also came beside him and shouted at the sea, Amorn, Amorn. There seemed to be something on the sea. Chen Zhao could feel that Amorn was coming. Even though Amorn was near the coastline on the other side of Los Angeles, he could still sense Chen Zhao's summoning. Amorn's coming, but he can't come too close to the shore. Then how? We can't see anything from here. I have a way, Farley said immediately. The coastal rescue team has a speedboat. Come and help. The speedboat was stored in the HQ. The group had to work together to push the speedboat into the sea. Kate took out her video camera, recording everyone's drunken state. Let's go. Out to the sea. After they moved the speedboat from the warehouse to the sea, they boarded the boat and left. Where's Amorn? Because it was really dark, everyone still could not see Amorn. There. Turn the light in that direction. Chen Zhao could feel Amorn's position. David turned the searchlight to where Chen Zhao was pointing at. A huge fin appeared on the sea. Someone shouted, I see it, I see it. I see the killer whale's fin. Where? Where? Leonardo was still looking for Amorn. Right there. Chen, ask Amorn to come above the surface. Suddenly, a bigger searchlight shone onto them from afar. It's so bright. Why is there a ship here? I think it's a fishing boat. Here is not a fishing area. Why is there a fishing boat? It's coming toward us. Shit, it's going to hit us. By then, they already had no time to react. The fishing boat collided with the stationary speedboat. It was a small fishing boat that weighed only tens of tons, but it was still too big for the speedboat. Immediately, everyone fell into the sea in their screams. Then, a huge net fell from the sky and engulfed all of them, pulling them up onto the boat. Being submerged in the sea cleared everyone's head. They realized that they had been attacked. When Chen Zhao was pulled onto the fishing boat, he saw more than a dozen Mexicans. Who are you? Why did you attack us? Odutra approached Chen Zhao and tried to identify him. I remember you, Asian. You were also a hostage. Precisely because of your resistance, my brother was killed by this cop. Who exactly are you? Yesterday, my brother, Oxys, was killed by you. My name is Odutra. You're Odutra from the Los Angeles Mexican gang? David's face turned cold. Odutra believed that if Chen Zhao did not resist that day, after David killed the first robber, the second robber would be able to shoot David. Then, his brother would not have died. Thus, Chen Zhao was similarly unforgivable. At least this was his understanding. And this bitch. Odutra pointed at Kate. This cop did it because he wanted to save you. Everyone was panic-stricken. Odutra licked his lips. Drag these few women out. Let them see us play their women. When we're done, drop all of them into the sea to feed the sharks. Let go of me. Let go. The few ladies struggled. The men in the team also could not tolerate any longer, or the ladies would really be killed by the Mexican gang. Without warning, Chen Zhao suddenly tore the fishing net apart and charged forward. Bang! Accompanied by a gunshot, blood started to ooze out from Chen Zhao's chest. However, he continued forward and smashed into the person. The people around Chen Zhao thought that he would collapse after being shot. Chen Zhao's bravery took them by surprise. Even after he was shot, he still injured their people. Just as they planned to fire at Chen Zhao together, the boat suddenly vibrated. Everyone staggered apart from Chen Zhao, who was prepared for the impact. Just then, David and Leonardo also broke through the net. They had their guns with them. Actually, the gang members did not collect their guns because they thought a counterattack was impossible. Chen Zhao kicked and jumped over a meter off the ground, landing on top of the cabin. Then, he swept his leg out. Following a loud crack, the Mexican who was hit fell off the cabin top. David and Leonardo kept shooting. Kate was even holding her camera, recording the fight down. Suddenly, someone ran out of the cabin with a machine gun. Everyone quickly went to take cover. The person fired the machine gun and raked the group. However, the next moment, a clear whale roar was heard from the sea. Kate lay on the ground, pointing her camera at the sea. She saw a huge wave on the surface. Then, a giant leaped out from the sea and smashed onto the boat. The entire boat shook and became slanted. The person holding the machine gun also fell onto the floor. David got up at once and shot the person in the forehead. Chapter 214, First Time Being Hospitalized. Chapter 214, First Time Being Hospitalized. Jump off. Chen Zhao yelled. Go. Everyone jumped off the ship. Amorn caught all of them on his back. Everyone was still shocked and dazed. Kate bent down and touched the slippery ground under her feet. This is Amorn. They finally had a chance to be close to Amorn. Everyone was both nervous and excited. Look, that Mexican boss is in the sea. Amorn. Chen Zhao patted Amorn's back. He immediately turned around while everyone looked at Chen Zhao. Are you going to have Amorn eat him? Of course not. I don't want him to get diarrhea, but the guy can't be let off like this. Amorn bit Odutra and drowned him in the water. A minute later, he finally let go, but before Odutra could take a breath, Amorn dragged him back down. Chen, it's enough. This is enough, David couldn't help but say. Chen Zhao looked at him. He wanted to rape our friends. David realized that all the women were looking at him with similar gazes, so he gave in. Okay, you're right. Odutra experienced the most terrifying night of his life. He was completely out of his mind after being tormented by that killer whale. Chen Zhao, did you get shot? He looked down at his chest and immense pain seized him. The next moment, the world spun. Earlier, he'd been filled with adrenaline, so he didn't feel anything. Now that he was calming down and David reminded him, he suddenly felt weak. In a dazed state, Chen Zhao might have heard a siren. He felt himself get taken onto an ambulance and felt strong light. He might have gone into the surgery room. When Chen Zhao woke up, it was already the afternoon of the next day. His head felt heavy and pain came from his chest. Farley was sitting beside him, but she'd fallen asleep. Farley. Chen Zhao tugged her. Chen, you're awake. Farley cried in excitement. You didn't sleep the entire night? I slept a little. Do you still feel uncomfortable? I'm fine. Farley dipped down to kiss him. Chen, I don't want this to happen again, okay? Okay, I promise. Chen Zhao caressed her. Just then, two people came into the room, Ethan and Caprice. Chen, I heard you got shot, but you look better than I'd imagined. To you, it's good as long as I'm not dead, right? Chen, Caprice said. I promise you I'll have that Mexican be put in my jail. You can meet him any time. Chen, you guys talk, Farley said, getting up. I'll wash some fruit for you all. As soon as Caprice and Ethan left, Zola, Daniel, Manny and Rasfa came to visit as well. This is weird. How do you all know I'm hospitalized? You don't know yet. Rasfa said, chuckling. The video of your group fighting the Mexicans has already gone viral. Oh, my company has decided to invest in a movie about your story. We need your permission. How about it? I need to discuss with my friends. What's the price? $500,000. That's it. That's a lot. You know, a screenwriter usually only gets tens of thousands of dollars. This isn't my job. Then how much do you want? Rasfa asked. Chen Zhao thought for a moment. He didn't understand Hollywood, so said, we'll decide after I discuss it with my friends. If the movie really starts shooting, I hope you can have two of my friends act in it. Give me your friends' information, Rasfa said carefully. Otherwise, I can't make the decision. Okay. Chen, you have to call me next time there's something so fun. Daniel looked at him excitedly. Go away. I almost died and you think it's fun. You're so cool. How can you get killed by some Mexicans? Daniel was confident in Chen Zhao. Zola was a smart woman. Seeing Chen Zhao and Farley's actions, she guessed their relationship, so she acted very solemn. She didn't say or do anything over the top to Chen Zhao. A while after the family left, Mr. Doman and Normans came too. Mr. Doman came to ask about him while Normans came to mock him. Gaia also came to ask about Chen Zhao's injuries and then left. Surprisingly, Marjorie and his boss came as well. Chen Zhao wondered if Marjorie and his boss would get into a full-out fight if they'd run into Gaia. Around evening, David, Leonardo, Chris, Sienna, and Kate all came too. They promised to have another party after Chen Zhao was discharged. Chen Zhao was discharged the next day. He didn't spend more than 36 hours in the hospital. He wasn't completely healed, but he felt so uncomfortable there. He couldn't wait to escape from the patient's ward and hospital. Getting onto Farley's car, he got Dell's call. Chen, I heard from Mary that you're in the hospital. Why couldn't I find your room? What room number are you? I'm in heaven, Chen Zhao said, annoyed. You died. Fuck off. Okay, I won't kid around. Chen, were you discharged? It was rare for Dell to be serious. Yes. When will you take me to see your pet Amorn? You're calling to see Amorn, right? No, I really do care about you. After ending the annoying call with Dell, Chen Zhao asked, is Amorn really famous now? Do you know how many tourists go to Angel Beach now? Everyone wants to see Amorn. Yesterday, there were more than 100 drowning cases. A lot of tourists don't even wear life vests and go straight into the deep water to see Amorn. How many people have seen him? You're asking the obvious. Amorn isn't even at Angel Beach. As soon as Chen Zhao got home, he grabbed onto Farley impatiently. It had only been a bit more than a day, but Chen Zhao felt like he hadn't had intimacy in forever. Chen, your injuries will open again. It's okay. I'll be careful. Chapter 215 Limits of the Body. Chapter 215 Limits of the Body. Chen Zhao rested at home for the next 2 days. It was also Chen Zhao's most relaxing period so far. Farley did not go to work either. She stayed at home with Chen Zhao every day, enjoying herself. Robio thought that Farley had to take care of Chen Zhao, so he approved her leave without hesitation. In reality, however, Chen Zhao was already fully vigorous the day after discharge. The couple were only giving themselves a holiday. On the third day, the two of them returned to work. Chen Zhao had already spoken to the 6 other friends involved, including Farley. They agreed to sell to PLM Film the copyright to turn their story into a movie. It cost 700,000, which meant 100,000 for each of them. The incident they had experienced had a very big, perhaps even stirring, influence in America. The video taken that night already had over 100 million views on various websites combined. In fact, apart from PLM, many film companies of varying sizes had also contacted Chen Zhao and his friends. However, they offered little money and were not sincere at all. David and Leonardo were also commended for their actions that night in their respective police stations. Kate even became famous in the media industry due to that single night. The video she had taken became the focus which various media firms competed for. Sienna and Chris could not wait to get the money, because after that night, the relationship between David and Kate surged rapidly. They had to move out of David's house before something bad happened. Chen Zhao decided to lend them his money first so that they could find accommodation outside. Leonardo really valued the friendship between him and the others. Moreover, he felt that after experiencing the danger together, their friendship would become even stronger. When Chen Zhao got to the fitness center, almost everyone that he knew came to greet him. Chen, you're amazing. I saw you send a Mexican gangster flying with just one kick. Chen, bring me to see Amorn too. My son tells me every day that he wants to go to Angel Beach, but we didn't see Amorn there. Gaia approached Chen Zhao. How's your body? Recovering well. Gaia pulled Chen Zhao's collar down and looked at the wound on his chest. That's fast. I'm a doctor too, after all. You seem to be good, but let's slow today's lesson down. Practice with Anderson. While Gaia looked rough on the outside, she actually had the empathy of a lady. Usually, however, she would not display it. Chen Zhao's injury had more or less fully recovered. After all, in the past 2 days, he had already been sleeping relentlessly with Farley at home. As Chen Zhao and Anderson practiced with each other, Gaia observed Chen Zhao's condition. Gaia was the ideal coach, whether it was her personal ability or her responsible attitude toward her students. Chen, come down, Gaia called. Chen Zhao and Anderson stopped their training. Let me give you a test. What? You mean being beaten by a few people like the last time? Or by you? Actually, my injury has yet to recover completely. No, just a few tests on your physical strength. I've in fact already done those at my friend's house last time. Chen Zhao had indeed done these tests at Rufford's house. What's your record for squat? 490 kilograms. You sure it's correct? Yes. What did 490 kilograms mean? The world record for heavyweight squat was only 470 kilograms, and it was the heavyweight record. Gaia's limit was about 265 kilograms. Of course, she did not usually train this, so her result obviously could not be compared to the world record. How about deadlift and bench press? Deadlift was 550 kilograms, Chen Zhao recalled. I think 380 kilograms for bench press. In fact, these were only his results a few weeks ago. Chen Zhao felt that he was still growing and had yet to reach his true limit. Gaia brought Chen Zhao to a boxing machine. Hit this. How? Full speed. Don't stop until I tell you to, Gaia instructed. Chen Zhao warmed his limbs up and got into the right stance. Start. At the instant Gaia started the stopwatch, she heard continuous bangs from the machine. Stop. Gaia paused the timing and then walked up to the screen. According to the display, Chen Zhao had punched 121 times in 10 seconds. It was another world record. His strongest and weakest punches were 211 kilograms and 165 kilograms respectively. It was a very good result in quick punching. Gaia cleared the result. Again. This time, charge your punch and hit it as hard as possible. Only one punch is needed. Chen Zhao took in a deep breath. Then, he punched out and his fist smashed hard onto the sandbag on the machine. Pong. The sandbag flew away. A number appeared on the screen, 1,000. Gaia shook her head. The record in the boxing world was set by the heavyweight boxing champion Tyson, but his official record was much less. Chen Zhao's punch had already surpassed the limit of a normal human being. Gaia glanced at Chen Zhao. By just looking at his physical strength, he could no longer be considered as a human. Gaia had seen the video of Chen Zhao fighting with the Mexican gangsters that night. In the video, Chen Zhao had almost managed to defeat one person with each hit. Those people all had permanent disabilities from their injuries. If Chen Zhao went for a wrestling or boxing competition, he might really beat his opponent to death. Don't tell me you're a biological weapon made in China. Have you ever seen a biological weapon that you can press onto the ground and beat as much as you like? Chen Zhao rolled his eyes. If you want to go for any fighting competition, I can make you a world champion. Pick any style you like. Please, I'm only a doctor. Gaia gave a wry smile and shook her head. She would rarely encounter someone who was so strong, even talented, but unfortunately Chen Zhao was not interested. Apart from his skills, Chen Zhao was perfect in every area. Of course, Gaia was not the kind of person who would force others to do things they did not enjoy. If Chen Zhao was willing to take part in competitions, she would clearly be happy to create a champion in the boxing world. However, if Chen Zhao was unwilling, she would not force him. When Chen Zhao left the fitness center, a business car stopped before him. A lady stuck her head out of the window. Mr. Chen, please come in. Chen Zhao found the lady somewhat familiar. You are. Just then, the rear window also opened. It was Chen Zhao's mother. Come in. It was the first time Chen Zhao met his mother in the last half a year. Does your daughter need bone marrows? Chen Zhao asked, remaining stationary. Chen Zhao's mother stared at him. To Chen Zhao, she was more like a familiar stranger. Chen Zhao was calm and respectful, but he was clearly keeping his distance from her. After keeping silent for a while, his mother asked, I only wanted to ask you about your injury. I'm fine. Thank you for your concern. Great. I still have something else. Bye. Bye. Chapter 216, Gap. Chapter 216, Gap. His mother's sudden appearance only created a slight disturbance of Chen Zhao's emotions. He quickly composed himself. He would fulfill his early promise and donate his bone marrow when his half-sister needed it. Composing himself, Chen Zhao went to Doman's house. He'd missed 4 days of Norman's weight loss training, but she'd been practicing by herself too. She was just less motivated without Chen Zhao there. When Chen Zhao had left 4 days ago, Norman's had been around 195 pounds. 4 days later, her weight had only dropped to around 187 pounds. Hey, asshole, were you afraid that day? Norman's ran side to side with Chen Zhao. Yeah, Chen Zhao replied nonchalantly. It'll be weird if I wasn't. He'd indeed been afraid, but once you were scared to the max, it wouldn't be that scary anymore. When humans were excited and scared, blood would collect in the brain and result in excessive oxygenation. Excitement and fear were similar, so Chen Zhao couldn't say if he was more excited or scared. In extreme situations, one might not feel fear. It could be excitement too. Right, how's Wouter's training? Not bad. You can take him back at any time. You finished that quickly? If you're just patronizing me, I'm not going to pay. As long as you don't have him do math, he should understand your intentions. Chen Zhao was quite confident in this. After all, Wouter had drunk the intelligence potion and was smarter than most animals. Then I'll go to your place today and take him back. You better prepare a check first. After training, Normans gave Chen Zhao a check and he went back home to get Wouter. It was another $100,000 in his pockets. Robio already gave the design and initial budget to Chen Zhao and Farley. Including the cost for 2 kilometers of asphalt, the total budget was around $1,300,000. In other words, the building itself needed $1,100,000. This had surpassed Chen Zhao's initial budget, but he and Farley couldn't decide which part of Robio's design to take out. Every part of his design had a specific use or intention. The entire design was a piece of art. Looking at the mock-up, Chen Zhao and Farley had already fallen in love with the house. Chen, how much more money do you need? Let me see. Chen Zhao picked up his pen. After buying the land, I had $200,000 left. In this half-month, I earned around $100,000 and got another $100,000 today. If Norman successfully loses weight, I'll have another $400,000. That's pretty much it. You forgot the money for the movie. The two of us together will be $200,000. That means we already have $1 million. Chen Zhao thought for a moment. We still need $300,000. How about? Don't ask your family for money anymore, Chen Zhao said. This is our home. We'll build it with our own hard work. Plus, I might have an unexpected payment in a few days. What unexpected payment? Do you remember Pierce South? He wants to collaborate with me. Collaborate with what? He doesn't look like a good guy. He said that Treed Pempton divided his wealth in half before dying. One part was the gold which we've already split amongst the villagers. The other part is his collection. It's a bunch of valuable artworks and relics. Will he go back on you? Farley's first reaction was about Chen Zhao's safety. Chen Zhao laughed. He hugged Farley and pressed a kiss onto her. Dear, it's not me underestimating Pierce. If that old fox dares to do anything, I'll make sure he's stuck in a wheelchair for the rest of his life. The next day, Chen Zhao received a call from an unfamiliar number. Hello, who is this? Hello, I'm Felwood Cisco, Robio's friend. Are you Chen Zhao, Mr. Chen? Oh, yes. What is it? I started a construction company. Robio said you want to build a house, right? Yes. When are you free? We can find time to sit down and chat. Actually, I'm at the central street of Mountain Town right now. I want to settle this as soon as possible. Can you tell me where to go? Oh, go straight to the left of the supermarket for around a kilometer. My house is on the hill. It looks old and should be easy to see. Oh, there are a few big dogs playing in the yard. There are so many dogs in this town. Are you sure I won't get the wrong place? You definitely won't. Felwood soon found Chen Zhao's house. Hello, I'm Chen Zhao. Hi, I'm Felwood Cisco. He looked at the silly twins running in and out of Chen Zhao's yard and finally understood what he meant. They really were two big, incredibly big dogs. Mr. Chen, Robio already gave me the design and budget. The cost is pretty much how he estimated, but there might be a fluctuation of around $100,000. I can't promise an exact price. I also have to make it clear because you're Robio's friend. He told me to make it clear that if we buy the material, we might have some profit. Of course, if you have your own channels, you can save around $100,000. I can give you a list of what to buy. It'll just take longer. Chen Zhao thought for a moment. If he bought the material himself, he could save a few $1,000s, but he would also waste a lot of time. It wasn't really worth it. After all, building such a complicated house would need hundreds of materials. It wasn't just brick, cement, and dirt. It couldn't be done in 1 or 2 days, so he felt like it was logical for the company to make a profit while making the purchases. I agree for your company to make the purchases, but I hope the budget won't go over $100,000. Money is tight for me right now. If it's more, it'll give me a lot of pressure. I'll try my best, Felwood said. The fluctuations in market price is really big because it's affected by the environment. I can't control it. Chapter 217, Great. Finally someone dares to openly taunt Chen Zhao. Chapter 217, Great. Finally someone dares to openly taunt Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao signed the contract with Felwood and paid him a deposit of $300,000. In 3 days' time, Felwood's team would officially start the construction. His team would build everything, including the roads. They would even make modifications to the scenery surrounding the main building. Chen Zhao did not need to do anything apart from visiting the construction site once in a while. The estimated time needed for the construction was 3 months. If it was exceeded, Chen Zhao would receive a compensation. After they signed the contract, Felwood and Chen Zhao had a chat. Chen Zhao got to know Felwood a bit better during the conversation. Felwood's company was a really small one with a registered capital of just $2 million. They had little competitiveness in the sector. Usually, they were lucky to even receive a project worth tens or hundreds of $1,000s. Anyway, they would do whatever that could get them profit. Robio was the architect, the only architect, in his company. Of course, Robio was more like a helper. He had no share in the company and would not really get paid. The project that Chen Zhao was offering them was already a big one. By building a villa that cost more than $1 million, Felwood could earn at least $200,000 for himself. It seemed like Chen Zhao could earn $100,000 very easily. In fact, his income was already very high. Of course, Chen Zhao worked in the gray area. Nobody would care about him unless there was a problem. Moreover, he did not have a standard or stable income. On the other hand, despite having opened his company for a few years, Felwood had yet to earn the cost back. Therefore, he was exceptionally enthusiastic toward Chen Zhao's project. The project would be a hot one even among larger construction companies. They might even offer him a discount, which was something that small companies could not provide. Nevertheless, Chen Zhao did not want to do that. Robio had designed his house for free, after all. If Chen Zhao were to hire an architect himself, he would have to spend about 5% of the total cost, according to the market price. Robio was already doing him a big favor by designing his house for free. Hence, Chen Zhao would not mind helping Robio back. Chen, I left the keys to the warehouse at home. Can you deliver them here? Farley called Chen Zhao. No problem. Just then, the silly twins bolted in. Master, are you going to the beach? Angel Beach. Chen Zhao's cheeks twitched. Why are you two so excited when I'm just going there to send things? Master, bring us there. Master, please. I'll pick up as many coins as I can. Unable to dissuade the silly twins, Chen Zhao had no choice but to bring them along. This being the case, he also had to bring Beelzebub, Raymond, Carrie, and Obito's. Leaving them at home by themselves would mean a terrible disaster for his furniture, especially Obito's. He would literally turn the house upside down if there was nobody to watch him. Chen Zhao had a difficult time flagging a cab. He had to promise the driver $200 before he could finally bring his pets in. Chen Zhao thought about whether he should really get a driving license and a car. Otherwise, it would be very inconvenient to bring his pets around. Many a time, he could not even flag a cab, especially at night. If he came out from his client's house late at night, he might have to walk a long distance before he could get a cab. If he was going to buy a car, it must first of all be big enough. For example, the car that he was in at the moment could barely fit the silly twins. He still had to place Obito's in the trunk and carry Beelzebub and Carrie in his arms. Here we are. When Chen Zhao was still thinking, they arrived at their destination. He alighted from the car with his pet family. Immediately, they attracted countless strange stares. As usual, the silly twins ran wild at once. They automatically entered their pay-to-photo mode. In particular, they attracted many children on the beach. Chen Zhao went to the Coastal Rescue Team HQ and found Farley. To be honest, given that Farley was the prettiest lady in the Coastal Rescue Team, many men were unhappy when they saw her being hugged by Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao and Farley openly displayed their affection toward each other, as if there was no one around. Farley, is this your boyfriend? I thought he was an illegal doctor. A half-naked man approached Chen Zhao and Farley. The two of them stared at the man with a weird look. Farley frowned. Claude, what do you want? Claude smiled with confidence. He had quite an elegant demeanor before Farley. Farley, I only think that maybe it's time for your boyfriend to exercise. He might not even be as strong as you. Chen Zhao and Farley both rolled their eyes. They had stayed in the same house for so long, not to mention that Farley had obviously tried Chen Zhao's physical strength. As for why Claude had said so, everyone knew the reason. Farley, why did you find an Asian as your boyfriend? Can he satisfy you? Snap. Chen Zhao tore his shirt off right away, displaying his excellent shape and powerful muscles. He had no extra flesh on his body at all. Come. Anyone who thinks that I'm not strong enough can challenge me in anything. Wow, his muscles are beautiful. The few female lifeguards stared at Chen Zhao's muscles with their eyes glittering, as if they were wolves which just saw a huge piece of meat. Farley widened her eyes at Chen Zhao. Then, she patted his chest gently and said with dissatisfaction, "Stop showing off." She knew how messy Chen Zhao's private life had been in the past. If he was targeted by these female lifeguards, he might just return to his old lifestyle. Claude would not admit defeat. Indeed, he felt even more jealous when he saw Chen Zhao and Farley flirt with each other before him. He had a strong body too. After all, he was a lifeguard. Moreover, he was a few centimeters taller than Chen Zhao, so he would clearly not retreat so easily. Let's arm wrestle. Which hand do you want? I'll let you choose, Claude said confidently. Sure. Left hand then. Claude had been provoking Chen Zhao right before his girlfriend. How could he not fight back? Moreover, Chen Zhao had to display himself, given that there were so many ladies present. Chen Zhao and Claude came before a table. A lady walked up and placed their hands in position. Are you ready? The lady asked. Chen Zhao and Claude both nodded, yes. 3, 2, 1, start. Claude immediately grabbed onto a table leg to help him exert more force. On the other hand, Chen Zhao looked very relaxed and showed no intention of grabbing anything. He continued to hold his arm vertical, not moving to the left or the right. Chapter 218, You want to provoke my man with just that. Chapter 218, You want to provoke my man with just that. Go Claude. Claude, use power. Claude, did you not eat dinner? Claude, did you use all your energy on a woman? Everyone in the Coastal Rescue Team was on Claude's side, cheering him on. However, Claude couldn't move Chen Zhao's arm even when his face had turned red. Farley scoffed at him. "Claude, you want to provoke my man with just that?" Hearing Farley's words, Claude tried even harder. But despite using all his force, he still couldn't make Chen Zhao budge. Chen Zhao gradually added more strength and Claude's expression became pained. Chen Zhao wasn't pushing down. Instead, he was squeezing. It felt like Claude's hand was clamped in a vice. "I surrender," he finally yelled. "Let go, let go." Chen Zhao finally let go. Claude grasped his left hand and rubbed it without stop. It felt like Chen Zhao would break his hand. "Chen, seriously, are you arm wrestling or squeezing his wrist? You're too much." Farley's words made Claude even more furious. He wasn't willing to accept that he lost to Chen Zhao and was also humiliated by Farley. "Arm wrestling is my weakness. Do you dare compete with something else?" "What? Swimming?" "Sure, but how about we bet something?" "Chen, I bet $100 for you," Farley said. "I'm going with Claude, $50. "Claude, $100. Put it all down." Claude took his wallet out of the drawer. "I bet myself $1,000. I'll follow." Chen Zhao also tossed $1,000 onto the table. "We'll start here and swim to the buoy, then swim back. Whoever gets back here first will win." "Sure. Be careful," Farley whispered in Chen Zhao's ears. Claude was a professional swimmer before. He even won awards in national competitions. "Take it seriously." "Got it." Chen Zhao turned and kissed Farley's lips. "This is easy money. How about you provoke them more so they gamble more money?" "You're horrible." Farley hit him playfully. Seeing Farley and Chen Zhao flirt as if no one was watching, Claude grew more furious. As a lifeguard, swimming at full speed from the beach was part of their everyday training. Claude's performance had always been at the top of the team, second only to their leader Robio. He didn't believe that this Asian could surpass him. Whether it was running or swimming, Asians never had an advantage. Plus, this was also Claude's strong point. Chen Zhao was muscular, but he was still an amateur. The two went to the beach outside the building. The woman who'd acted as the referee for the arm wrestling was the one who gave the signal this time too. 3, 2, 1, go. The two instantly ran out from the beach. Chen Zhao was instantly one body ahead of Claude. The starting line was only a few hundred feet from the sea, so the distance wasn't obvious. But when Chen Zhao jumped into the ocean, his dive landed him many meters away. He extended the gap. Claude followed closely behind, but his explosive power couldn't compare to Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao's speed was terrifying. He stayed underwater without coming out to breathe at all until he reached buoy. Then his head popped out and he swam back. The buoy marked the deep zone. It was around 200 meters away. Claude only swam around 150 meters. When Chen Zhao swam past him, the lifeguards in the hallway of the office all fell silent. No one cheered Claude on anymore. It wasn't because they didn't want to, but that they couldn't make another sound. Claude and Chen Zhao were too far apart. Claude had only reached the buoy when Chen Zhao was already on land. He was basically twice as fast. How could Claude be so bad today? Chen Zhao didn't go easy at all. He ran straight to the finish line, embraced Farley and spun her in a circle. Then they kissed deeply. Claude gave up all hope on the way back and returned to the finish line with his head hanging. "Claude, are you unwell today? How come you lost so much?" "I don't really feel good," Claude said nonchalantly, but he knew that he'd lost completely this time. It wasn't just in terms of state. It was a difference in true abilities. He'd lost in arm wrestling and was creamed in running and swimming. He couldn't bully Chen Zhao anymore. "You win." Robio walked to Chen Zhao's side. He didn't know what had happened before him and Claude. He'd returned just as the swim race started. From what he'd seen, he knew that nothing was wrong with Claude. He'd performed as he usually did. It was just that Chen Zhao was too fast, both while sprinting on the beach and swimming in the sea. The difference between them was like a child and an adult. "Chen, you took less than 50 seconds while swimming in the sea. It was probably with the current. The tide was going back." Robio shook his head. It was against the tide. Either way, you were too fast. I've never seen anyone who could swim it in 50 seconds. You must have timed it wrong, Chen Zhao said, unconvinced. How about we compete? Robio said, smiling. That's unnecessary. Chen Zhao had competed with Claude just to destroy Claude's ego and protect his own. He and Robio had a good relationship. It would be bad if he made Robio lose his image before his members. Leader, are you gonna race him? Do it. Do it. Do it. Do it. Race what? Chen Zhao asked. I definitely can't beat you in speed. How about we go underwater? See who holds his breath the longest. No, see who can go deepest without gear, Robio said. The world record for this sport was 112 meters with only a pair of protective goggles and nothing else. Chen, Robio is the 12th world record holder, Farley said, standing beside Chen Zhao. How deep? My best record is 72 meters, Robio said, but I only reached that once in my life. I'd like to try, Chen Zhao said. He didn't really want to compete with Robio. He just wanted to know his own limit. Chapter 219 Limitless Potential. Chapter 219 Limitless Potential. Robio kept half of the lifeguards on duty. The rest boarded the speedboat and headed for the deep water zone. The speedboat traveled a few kilometers to their destination. Farley pulled Chen Zhao. Chen, freediving is rather dangerous. If you feel uncomfortable, you have to surface. Don't risk going down further. Many people have died in this sport. The high water pressure will pierce your eardrums and even make your lungs burst. Don't worry. I won't bet my own life. Robio threw Chen Zhao a pair of goggles. Chen, has Farley told you about the precautions for freediving? Yeah, I know. Be careful. Competition second, safety first. 2 lifeguards with full diving equipment went underwater first. Their job was to ensure the safety of Chen Zhao and Robio. Chen Zhao and Robio jumped into the water at the same time and started diving. When Chen Zhao was about 10 meters underwater, the lifeguard in diving equipment made a hand signal. 10 meters. Up. Down. Chen Zhao gave a thumbs up, after which he pointed below him. He was going to continue. 10 meters was usually the limit for a normal person, that is, a person without diving training. Those who had training could reach roughly 15 or 20 meters. Below 20 meters, the water pressure would increase drastically. Diving further would be dangerous. When Chen Zhao reached 20 meters underwater, he did not feel any pressure. In fact, he found it quite easy. Robio had also reached 20 meters deep. They continued diving. The 2 lifeguards in diving equipment had been observing the 2 carefully. Once they showed any abnormal signs, they would save them immediately. Chen Zhao was still pretty relaxed. He could feel the water pressure becoming larger, but it was acceptable. 40 meters. The lifeguards asked again. Up. Down. 50 meters. Up. Down. Robio chose to surface without hesitation. On the other hand, Chen Zhao continued to dive. When he reached 60 meters underwater, he finally chose to surface. Actually, 60 meters was not his limit. He felt that he could go deeper. Under the help of his friend, Robio returned to the speedboat with much difficulty. Half a minute later, Chen Zhao also surfaced. Chen, have you tried freediving before? No, it's my first time. It's also my first time diving so deep at all. After some training, you can get to at least 80 meters. At that time, Robio had managed to reach 72 meters only after a long period of special training. Because he had not dived in a long time, he could not go further than 50 meters this time. It was a huge challenge to the body. Robio had comprehensive self-knowledge and a very strong safety consciousness. Once he discovered a bit of danger, he would give up immediately. Among freediving enthusiasts, there was once a person who died 3 hours after breaking the world record. The record was not acknowledged because of his death. World records could only be made when a person faced a challenge without getting injured or dying. If the person died, the whole sport would become pointless, no matter how deep he had managed to reach. Chen, Do you want me to train you? You might just break the world record. No way. Farley was the first to object. Why would you want to make such a meaningless and dangerous record? Chen, I don't allow you to play such a risky sport. All right. I also agree with Farley. It's really too dangerous. Even boxing was not that dangerous. Boxing was a battle against another human, but deep diving was a battle against nature. Claude, who was also on the speedboat, felt rather stifled. He was counting on Robio to defeat Chen Zhao and destroy his arrogance. In the end, Chen Zhao beat Robio too. Defeating Robio was equivalent to defeating all the people in the coastal rescue team. At this point, nobody would feel that Chen Zhao was just a vase. After the group returned to the shore, Chen Zhao and Farley sat somewhere in the HQ where nobody would disturb them. Just then, Blackmar and Whitemar approached them. Each of them had a jar around their necks to contain money. They would earn money by taking photos with others and, at the same time, picking up coins. When they managed to find a coin, they would pick it up with their mouths and drop it into the other wolf's jar. In just over an hour, their jars were already full. They wanted Chen Zhao and Farley to clear their jars so that they could continue to earn money. Come, let me count how much you've earned. Farley waved her hand. Blackmar walked up to Farley. Farley poured the coins out from the jar. However, she noticed that one of them did not seem to be an American coin. Farley picked the coin up. Chen, take a look. Is it a gold coin? Chen Zhao was also stunned. He took the coin, which felt quite heavy. It had the texture of gold too. Moreover, traces on its surface indicated that it had once been attached to soft-bodied organisms. It was probably brought to the beach by the waves. It is a gold coin indeed. Chen Zhao cleaned the surface of the coin. The coin had a Jesus cross on the front and a head portrait on the back. From the craftwork of the coin, it probably had a long history. Could there be a shipwreck nearby? Farley asked. Let me ask someone professional, Chen Zhao said. Then, he took his phone and called Mr. Doman. Mr. Doman, are you free? Yes, I usually don't work in the morning. What is it? Can you appraise something for me? I want to know its origin. Do you want to send me a photo or bring the thing over? I'll take a photo. Sure. Chen Zhao sent a photo of the coin to Mr. Doman, who immediately said, it's a 14th century Clement commemorative coin made in Vatican in the 17th century. Where did you get it? Mr. Doman, how much does this coin cost? Each piece costs about $30,000 to $50,000. Not many 14th century Clement coins have been discovered, so they're quite expensive. An item's worth was based on its rarity. If it could be found on every street, it would certainly be valueless. However, if it was unique, its value would multiply by hundreds or thousands of times. The same was true for antiques and artworks. If the coin they had found was the only piece in the world, it might even cost $1 million or $10 million. Thank you, Mr. Doman. If you have 20 pieces of that coin or fewer, I can buy them at $50,000 per piece. If you have more than 20, it'll be $40,000 per piece. However, if you have more than 40 pieces, I can only give you $30,000 per piece. How many do you have? Chapter 220, Gold Coin. Chapter 220, Gold Coin. Whitemar, where did you find the gold coin? Woof. Under the cliff, Whitemar said. Farley, let's go look there. Chen Zhao pulled Farley along. There was a rocky beach at the edge of Angel Beach. A cliff loomed over it. It was more than 20 meters high. The waves here were much bigger and there were abnormally shaped rocks in the water, so few tourists dared to come here. Chen Zhao and Farley came to the rocky beach while holding hands. They were cautious too. But it was like flat land to Whitemar and Blackmar. They jumped up and down on the rocks. Just then, Whitemar seemed to find something. He sniffed the ground and then stuck his head into the water. A moment later, he floated up and ran to Chen Zhao. He opened his mouth and tossed another coin into Chen Zhao's hands. Chen Zhao and Farley exchanged glances. They couldn't hide their joy. These two weren't the type that treated money like dirt. Survival meant that they needed money. Plus, They truly needed money right now. Chen Zhao patted White Ma. Are there more? Master, there are a bunch down there. White Ma said that there are a lot in the water, Chen Zhao said. That's weird, Farley said. How come nobody discovered this before? Not a lot of people come, but there are some still adventurous ones who like the thrill. No one ever said that they found gold coins. Maybe that recent storm brought it over. Or the ghost ship. Hearing ghost ship, Farley tossed the gold coins onto the ground. Chen, will the things from the ghost ship be cursed? Like the cursed coin in the Pirates of the Caribbean? Don't worry. I already checked. It'll be fine. Are you sure? Yes. If it was dangerous, Chen Zhao wouldn't have taken Farley along. It's too dangerous to stand here. Farley, leave the beach. I'll go down to sea with White Ma. Be careful. The waves are big. If you hit the rocks, you'll get hurt. Farley couldn't help, so she just cautioned him and went to the beach to wait. Chen Zhao and White Ma went into the water. He found a few gold coins underwater too. The coins were scattered and there weren't many. Judging from the distribution, they'd been brought here by the current. It seemed that the coins had been blown over by the last storm. Chen Zhao and White Ma found a dozen coins. He believed that there would be more under the seabed. He wouldn't be able to find them though unless he put on diving gear and had White Ma search. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to dig the coins out of the soil. He and White Ma returned to land. Chen Zhao opened his hands. Farley, look. Your friend said each coin can sell for $50,000. Yeah, around that much. That means that if we sell all this, we'll have enough money to build the house. And get you a new car. To be honest, Farley's car was really old. Apparently, she'd bought it second-hand for $3,000 after she graduated. She'd used it for more than 10 years now. It was ancient. Farley also complained usually that it kept having problems. There are 16 gold coins. Farley, do you want to keep one for the memory? No, just sell it all, Farley said. Chen Zhao promised that nothing was wrong with them, but she was still worried that they would be cursed. In the afternoon, Chen Zhao packed up all the coins and went straight to Mr. Doman's house. Mr. Doman, these are the coins I showed you. Please take a look. Just a second. Mr. Doman took out his appraisal tools, white gloves, pocket magnifying glass, and tweezers. Many of the coins were rusted. Chen Zhao was worried that this would affect the value. Also, the craftsmanship was different from modern craftsmanship. It was obvious that these coins were crudely made. Mr. Chen, did you find these in the ocean? Yes, Chen Zhao replied honestly. 10 of these are preserved more completely. My suggestion is to sell them all to me according to the price we agreed to. The others are completely rusted. You can't see the original design at all. You can melt it yourself and make some jewelry for your girlfriend. Okay. Chen Zhao knew that gold coins were mainly about historical value. And that was mainly expressed by its design and pattern. If that was gone, the coin would lose its historical and collectible value. Mr. Doman signed a check to Chen Zhao. He glanced at it. How come it's $900,000? The $400,000 is your payment, Mr. Doman said. But I haven't finished my task yet. It's okay. I'm already satisfied with how Norman's looks now. There are still 20 days before the deadline and she's already lost around 50 pounds. Plus, after she started losing weight, her mental state has gotten better. I'm very grateful for everything you've done for Norman's. Okay, I'll accept the check. I'll go look for Norman's now. Okay, go on. Bastard, you're all smiley after seeing my dad. Did you get paid? Is it obvious? Chen Zhao touched his face. Super obvious. Just then, Chen Zhao's phone rang. It was Rufford. Chen, I have a race in LA. This afternoon. Do you want to come? It's so sudden. The organizers suddenly invited me. Apparently, 3 of the athletes were found to be using steroids. There aren't enough athletes, so they want me to fill in. Sure, Chen Zhao agreed. What about the tickets? I'll have Mr. Board wait for you at the door. How many do you want? 2 is fine. After he hung up, Normans asked, "Who was it? Are you going somewhere? My friend who runs track has a race this afternoon in LA. Want to go watch? What about this afternoon's exercise? We'll run to the stadium." "Which stadium?" "LA Memorial Coliseum. That's around 30 miles from Beverly Hills. It's on the other side of LA. You want us to run there? The race will be over by the time we get there." "No, it's at 5 p.m. And it's only 1 now. There are 4 hours. You like track and field?" "No, I'm only going to cheer my friend on." "Fine. Your friend better not lose. Otherwise, it'll be embarrassing for you." Chapter 221 Running 2 Marathons. Chapter 221 Running 2 Marathons. 40 kilometers was almost a marathon. It would not be strange if an athlete could finish a marathon, of course, but Norman's was still 90 kilograms now. Running a marathon with her weight was not only a test of her stamina, but also one of her willpower. When they arrived at the stadium, even Norman's jacket was wet. "Drink some water." Zhao passed her a bottle of water. She downed all the water one mouthful. As she walked to relieve the soreness in her muscles, she looked at Zhao. "Asshole, are you not tired at all?" "Of course I am. But you look like you can run much more." "I wouldn't say that. Can't you see I'm covered in sweat?" Zhao said. Normans placed her hand on Zhao's chest. "Your heart rate is normal. Are you a monster?" "Chen." They could already see Board waving his hand in the distance. Zhao walked up and gave Board a hug. Board felt Zhao's sweat. "Chen, why are you covered in sweat?" "My friend and I just ran a marathon's distance," Zhao answered. "This is Norman's. I'm her slimming coach now. This is Board, a professional fitness coach." "Hi." Board and Normans shook each other's hand. "Chen, are you a full-time coach now?" "Nope. She's only one of my clients," Zhao replied. Normans twitched her lips. "Which of you is more professional, I wonder?" She was deliberately trying to provoke the two of them. Zhao and Board looked at each other and smiled together. They would not be incited by Norman's taunt. After all, Board had even received his current job from Zhao. As Rufford's coach, he had a decent income at the moment. He could not thank Zhao enough. Clearly, he would not be angry at Zhao. "All right. It's about time that we should enter." "Board, what competition is this?" "National Elite. If Rufford can perform well here, he will probably be eligible for Diamond League next year." "Rufford? I know him. I've watched his competitions before," Norman said immediately. "Is your friend Rufford?" "Yup. Chen is also Rufford's private doctor. Just over a month ago, Rufford was at the trough of his life. Luckily, he met Chen. After bringing Zhao and Normans to their seats, Board went to the backstage. When Rufford came out onto the field, he looked at Zhao's direction. Then, he waved his hand. Zhao nodded gently in return. Normans glanced at him. "Are you very close?" "Kind of. I've helped him before, but I'm also investing in him." "Is his result now because of you?" "A bit. Don't tell me you've made some kind of stimulant for him. Please. With the current technology, do you think an illegal doctor like me can create a stimulant that can bypass urine tests and blood tests?" "You're really overestimating me. I didn't even give him any legal drugs, not to mention stimulants." Rufford was the most popular athlete in the competition. Since he reappeared not long ago, he had been continuously producing excellent results. He was like a newborn star in sprinting. In the few competitions that he had remarkable performances. At the moment, he was already in the top 10 among the track and field athletes in America. In addition, his 100-meter sprint record was the best in the year. His international ranking was just over 50. In fact, with his results in the last 5 competitions, Rufford could have entered 10 top, or perhaps even top 3, internationally. However, an athlete's performance would fluctuate. Outstanding performances in a few recent competitions did not necessarily mean that he was better than the other athletes. This was the reason for the point system, which was calculated annually. Rufford had made his comeback last December. Before that, he had been either injured or producing mediocre results. Hence, his ranking was not high. The new year had just begun. The points gained last year still determined his current position. In IAAF, points would usually be renewed once every 3 months. Rufford's points were therefore not very high. Rufford had been spending all his time in competitions recently. In just 20 days, he had taken part in 7 or 8 competitions already. He was precisely trying to gain more points and a higher ranking in order to be eligible for Diamond League. The athletes took their positions. Rufford was also ready. A deafening silence broke out. Following a loud bang, all the sprinters charged toward the finish line like a rainbow. Far ahead of the rest, Rufford passed the finish line first. The audience was stirred up at once. Everyone stood up and cheered wildly. A number appeared on the electronic screen. 9:60. Downwind. 1 meter per second result effective. Rufford had broken the national record in America. He became the fastest 100m sprinter here. Rufford. 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 All the audience were shouting his name. While it was not the world record, his result was enough to make the audience go insane. The host introduced Rufford again with a resounding voice. After enjoying the cheers and applause from the audience, Rufford returned to the changing room. The first thing he did was hug Chen, Zhao and board. Chen, did you see it? Did you see it? It was 9:06 seconds. Rufford was still unable to calm down. Rufford, I hope that I will be there too when you break the world record. Can I? Yes, you can. Believe me. I will. I definitely will. Rufford clenched his fist tightly. By the way, have you signed the contract with CAA? We're already discussing the final details. You've introduced it, so I'm certainly okay with it. As an athlete, Rufford surely did not have the time to go for any business activity or endorsement. Hence, he had to have his own agent and agency. They would be in charge of these things. Chen Zhao introduced Normans to Rufford. The two had a brief chat. Despite being fat, Normans was really interested in sports. When they left the stadium, Chen Zhao looked at Normans. Do you want to run back? Sure. This time, Normans agreed readily. By the time Chen Zhao returned home, it was over 9 at night. Farley knew that Chen Zhao had been helping a woman to lose weight. When she saw Chen Zhao covered in sweat, she was really concerned. Chen, why are you so late today? Just had 2 marathons. You must be tired. No. Let go of me. Go take a shower first. Together. Unable to resist Chen Zhao, Farley was pulled into the bathroom. Chapter 222, Who's Lying? Chapter 222, Who's Lying? Construction at Mirror Lake started. First was road construction. When work started, Chen Zhao went to look. Felwood was surveying the work at the site. Chen Zhao still had to go to the gym in the morning and then train Normans in the afternoon. In the evening, he decided to take a taxi home when he received a call from the orphanage. Hello, Mr. Chen. Do you remember me? I'm Yuchi's Cree, head of Greenleaf Orphanage. Chen Zhao remembered the old granny at the orphanage. He'd once given her his card. Yes, Mrs. Yuchi's. How can I help you? Yes, I need your help. Can you tell me what it is? I can't explain it on the phone. Can you come over? Chen Zhao hesitated, but he still agreed. Sure. When possible, Chen Zhao was willing to help those orphans, but he really didn't like the atmosphere of the orphanage. The eerie and dark aura depressed him. He couldn't refuse the orphanage administrator's request though. In that case, he decided to make a visit. He still remembered the orphanage's address, 399, Bin Road. When he got there, Administrator Yuchi's was already waiting for him at the door. Hello, Mr. Chen. Hello, Mrs. Yuchi's. Yuchi's Cree's expression was very grave. She looked even thinner than before. Leading Chen Zhao into the orphanage, her footsteps were heavy. Mrs. Yuchi's, can you tell me what's wrong? Chen Zhao asked. After Christmas, Cheryl became strange. Cheryl? That girl from last time? Yes, her. Yuchi's nodded. She really liked Kerry before. Kerry's that volunteer you treated last time. But after Christmas, Cheryl's personality changed and she kept doing strange things. Kerry warned her before, but she ignored her. These past few days, food kept going missing from the kitchen. We installed a camera. Last night, we discovered that it was Cheryl. Maybe she didn't eat enough during the day and was hungry, Zhao said. That's what I hoped. It's not. Yuchi's expression turned solemn. She's eating raw meat. Zhao almost choked on air. Raw meat. Yes, she's eating raw meat. Raw meat. What kind of illness was that? Zhao had no clue. He had to see Cheryl first to get an idea. Is it my misperception? I can't see any of the kids. Last time he came, there had been children looking out from the windows. Today, there didn't seem to be anyone here. The teachers took them out to play. After entering the main building, Zhao didn't hear any sound. It was as if no one was there. There's not a single person here. The orphanage is poor and we don't have many people. Since the kids aren't back yet, there's no one else here. Yuchi's brought Zhao to outside the quarantine room. Zhao looked through the glass and saw Cheryl sitting on the bed, dressed all in white. Mr. Chen, do you know what's wrong with Cheryl? I don't know. Can I go in and interact with her? Fine. Yuchi's opened the door. After Zhao went in, Yuchi's closed the door again. Hi, Cheryl. Do you remember me? Cheryl looked up and nodded. I'm here to help you. Yuchi's told you everything? She said that you're eating raw meat. What's going on? No, Cheryl said. Then one of you is lying. Zhao didn't see anything wrong with Cheryl, but Yuchi's had no reason to lie to him, right? She's not the administrator granny anymore. What? Zhao was so confused. The orphanage moved and we were all sent to Keyline Orphanage. I missed Yuchi's though, so I ran back. But she locked me up and made me eat raw meat. I didn't eat any. Zhao frowned. He wanted to take out his phone to check, but there was no Wi-Fi or signal here. He walked to the door and knocked. Mrs. Yuchi's, can you open the door? Yuchi's face appeared in the glass. Mr. Chen, I'll let you out if you can help me convince Cheryl to eat dinner. Mrs. Yuchi's, don't you know this is illegal detention? You're a doctor and Cheryl's sick. Shouldn't you help me cure her? She's not sick. Something felt amiss to Zhao. No, she's sick and needs help. With that, Yuchi's turned and left. Through the door, he could faintly hear Yuchi's footsteps echoing in the empty hall. Zhao returned to Cheryl's side. What does she want you to eat? Cheryl pointed at the box beside the bed. Zhao opened it. It was a brain. He immediately closed the box. Nausea rose up within him. Now you get it, right? Granny Yuchi's went crazy. She's not the nice administrator from before anymore. How long have you been locked up? Zhao asked. 2 days. No one came to look for you. I heard noises yesterday. I think someone came from outside, but then it quieted down again. Cheryl sat on the bed and hugged her legs. She was still in a nervous and fearful state. Zhao had a headache. How come it felt like a paranormal event? The kind old granny transformed into a cruel and violent creature. More importantly, Zhao's phone had no signal. He couldn't even call the cops or ask for help. It's getting dark. Cheryl turned and looked at the sky outside the metal bars. There was no light in the room and night fell gradually. Mr. Chen, no matter what happens later, please keep calm, Cheryl said in a mature tone. What will happen? This entire time, Cheryl sat on the bed, hugging her legs. She seemed to be waiting for something. As long as you don't scream, nothing will happen. Can you tell me beforehand so I can be mentally prepared? Cheryl finally put down her legs. Moonlight filtered past the bars and shone on her face, making it seem abnormally bright. Then she shot forward and slammed against the metal door. Bang! Zhao was freaked out. Was Cheryl trying to kill herself? He quickly went to help her up. Cheryl, are you okay? She shook her head. I'm very well. Are you sure? You didn't get hurt? Chapter 223, How about let me try? Chapter 223, How about let me try? Cheryl stood up again, unhurt. The sound of the collision just now was definitely real. Why was she completely uninjured? Chen Zhao looked at the iron door. There was a small dent on the door, even though it was not obvious. Chen Zhao touched the door. He realized that there were more signs of impact. In the past 2 days, were you so bored that you have been running into the door for fun? I didn't do it for fun. I wanted to open the door, Cheryl said. This iron door is at least 10 centimeters thick. It's impossible to open it by running into it. Chen Zhao felt the door with his hand. He knew that it was indeed very thick. I can't break the door open, but I can destroy the hinges, Cheryl explained. In the last 2 days, I have already made the wall crack. You really haven't eaten for 2 days? Chen Zhao stared at Cheryl in doubt. Even adults were not as powerful as her. Cheryl glanced at Chen Zhao. Hope that we can get out of here before midnight. Why before midnight? You won't want to know it, Cheryl said. Will Ms. Yuchi's turn into a monster? Chen Zhao asked. Cheryl kept silent and continued to hit the door with her body. Stand back. Let me do it, Chen Zhao said. You're not even as strong as Mr. Kerry. Get out of the way. Cheryl struggled away from Chen Zhao's hand. Despised by a girl who was only 1.3 meters tall, Chen Zhao felt really annoyed. Chen Zhao kicked onto the floor and bolted toward the iron door at full speed. However, he was stunned by the impact from the collision. He almost could not feel his shoulder anymore. Nonetheless, the door produced a loud creak. Chen Zhao collapsed onto the floor, holding his shoulder with the other hand. It was too painful. Cheryl walked to the door. She discovered that Chen Zhao's strike had caused the door to deform obviously. That's a lot of force. Cheryl looked at Chen Zhao in surprise. Chen Zhao was stronger than she had imagined. He rubbed his shoulder as he got up to his feet. I think my shoulder will break before the door does. You've done enough, Cheryl said. Meanwhile, she took a few steps back and then charged into the door again. Bang! One corner of the door curved outward. Although the door was still bolted, the hinges were already deformed. Chen Zhao had to admit that while Cheryl was not as strong as him, her physical resistance was higher. Are girls nowadays also tough? Chen Zhao wondered. Cheryl lifted her leg and kicked hard onto the door, but it did not seem to be effective. Let me do it. Chen Zhao felt that he had to display his strength. However, after kicking the door over 10 times with all his might, the door still did not move. Who the fuck made such a high-quality door? Let me rest for a while. Chen Zhao sat onto the bed and looked at Cheryl's back. Did you just grow a bit taller? Or is it just me? Cheryl turned her head around. Standing in the shadows, her eyes seemed to be emitting a green light. Chen Zhao was slightly scared because he felt that he had been locked with a monster. Cheryl looked at Chen Zhao. It's better if you don't know about it. Do you have some other kind of bloodline? I said, you better not know about it. Bang! Cheryl hit the door again with more force than she had been using. The door opened, its hinges destroyed completely. Cheryl turned around and glanced at Chen Zhao. Let's get outta here. Chen Zhao immediately ran to the door. However, the next instant, a black figure appeared before them and collided into Cheryl. Cheryl flew backward, hitting Chen Zhao along the way. Chen Zhao became the cushion and could not stand up for a while. Cheryl turned over and stood up, producing a monstrous roar. Chen Zhao realized that the person standing outside the door was none other than Yuchi's. However, there was a large tumor on her back, growing out through her torn clothes. Cheryl, you're just as rebellious as you have been. You should learn to obey the rules, Yuchi said softly. Gritting her teeth, Cheryl stared at Yuchi's. Sharp claws grew out from her fingers. I'll never obey your rules, you monster. How about you two chat first? I suddenly remember I have something else later. Bye. Mr. Chen, Cheryl's treatment has yet to be finished, so you can't leave now. Ms. Yuchi's, I don't think I can help in Cheryl's condition. No, you can. I can't. Chen Zhao was rather bored. What does this perverted old woman want? Do you know how she wants you to treat me? Cheryl said. No, Chen Zhao admitted. She wants you to be killed by me. What? She wants you to be killed by me, Cheryl repeated. Why? Why would she want that? I said, you won't want to know. Look, she's turned into a monster, and so will you. What can I not know now? Like what you've seen, I'm a monster. After midnight, I'll lose my rationality. She hopes that I can kill you myself later, so that I can completely turn into the monster that she wants to see. So I came here as a sacrifice. You finally got it, Cheryl said. How will she benefit if you turn into a monster? Yuchi's twisted her neck in an unnatural way and a wicked smile appeared on her face. I only want to change my body. She's the body that I want, young and special. Combine with me and we'll be invincible. Don't even think about it. Cheryl roared in anger. At the same time, she charged toward Yuchi's. The tumor on Yuchi's back suddenly enlarged. It moved over her shoulder and struck toward Cheryl as if it had its own mind. Cheryl was blown backward again. There was a mouth at the top of the tumor. When it hit Cheryl, it tore a piece of flesh from her arm, after which it chewed and swallowed the flesh. Cheryl stood up again. With her arm covered in blood, she looked obviously in pain. The tumor on Yuchi's back was really terrifying. It was dark red, had no eyes, but a huge mouth filled with sharp teeth. There were a few thin tentacles around its mouth and a row of tiny holes on each side. Presumably, it breathed through these holes. The tumor looked like the head of a worm. It could vary its own length. However, its reaction speed was clearly faster than a worm. Cheryl, how about let me try? Chen Zhao pulled Cheryl's arm. Get back. You can't do anything here. Stop standing in my way. Cheryl was almost out of control, just like a furious little cat. Chapter 224, Want a Weregirl? Chapter 224, Want a Weregirl? Chen Zhao saw thick fur grow out of Cheryl's arm and neck. Cheryl, you're quite hairy. Did you rub hair growth shampoo on you? Cheryl turned toward Chen Zhao. Her eyes weren't that friendly anymore. They held some wildness, along with restraint. Fuck off. Cheryl tried hard to keep calm, but Chen Zhao was too annoying. I'm a different species. It's not an overgrowth of hair, alright? Chen Zhao immediately took a step back in case Cheryl really lost control. Cheryl, stop holding back, Yuchi's urged. You can't defeat your wildness. Face your true self. Shut up. Cheryl charged at Yuchi's again. This time, she was faster and more aggressive. The tumor shook powerfully and sent Cheryl flying. But this time, Cheryl's sharp claws pressed against the walls. She adjusted her direction and pounced on Yuchi's again. Whoosh! Yuchi's face was scratched open, but Cheryl got bitten on the shoulder by the tumor worm. It shook and sent Cheryl flying toward Chen Zhao. He grabbed her. Cheryl, are you okay? I'll stop her. You run. No, you can't do it. Let me do it. Chen Zhao looked at Yuchi's. Mrs. Yuchi's, I advise you to turn and run right now. Otherwise, you won't be able to handle the consequences. Mr. Chen, I'd really like to see what kind of consequences I can't handle. Yuchi's wasn't easily scared by Chen Zhao. Cheryl rolled her eyes. You think that can scare her? Fine. Chen Zhao looked Yuchi's a bit helplessly. He couldn't deal with this old witch. However, he took out the Bloody Hunter's ritual implement. Do you know what this is? What? A light fog started seeping in. A huge figure appeared within the fog. Cheryl and Yuchi's both looked fearfully at the figure. Slowly, the fog gathered in one place and the Bloody Hunter stood before them. Cheryl took a step back. Werewolf. A whole werewolf. Another BA, mixed-blood. The Bloody Hunter corrected himself when he saw Cheryl in Chen Zhao's arms. Bloody Hunter, do you know what that is? Chen Zhao asked, pointing at Yuchi's. She should be a poisoned soul suffering from the backlash of a curse. What does that mean? Explain in layman terms and don't use professional terms. Chen Zhao thought that Yuchi's had been infected by some hell creature and that she could still be saved. Judging by the Bloody Hunter's tone, It didn't seem to be the case. She used a spell she shouldn't have used. She lost control and was cursed by it. Her soul and body have both been tainted by the negativity, or became a poisoned soul, in other words. Can she still be saved? She's still her, the bloody hunter said. There's no saving to be done. Then kill her. The tumor worm on Yuchi's back pointed at the bloody hunter. A purer werewolf. It seems like you're more suitable to become my body. When the bloody hunter heard Yuchi's, he laughed in anger. He was different from a mixed blood like Cheryl. Plus, Cheryl was the kind that hadn't activated her bloodline yet. The bloody hunter attacked directly. The tumor on Yuchi's back also gnashed right at the bloody hunter. The bloody hunter's huge claws swept across. A chunk of the tumor flew immediately. The bloody hunter's claw sank into Yuchi's neck, but Cheryl's heart squeezed. No. She still had feelings for Yuchi's, even though Yuchi's had become a different person. Chen Zhao glanced at Cheryl. She can't stay. She's already a monster. Cheryl's tears flowed out without stop. The bloody hunter's claws dug in. That moment, Yuchi's looked as if she'd been relieved. Green liquid spewed out of the tumor. Falling onto the ground, Yuchi's eyes remained trained on Cheryl. Her lips quivered, as if saying sorry. The bloody hunter was very strong. He was a natural warrior, which an amateur like Yuchi's couldn't compare to. Of course, Cheryl couldn't compare to him either. Chen Zhao and Cheryl found 2 incomplete corpses in the empty orphanage. To make sure Yuchi's wouldn't be a criminal in death, Cheryl burned the entire orphanage to ashes with a torch. She cried very, very hard. This had been her home and now, she'd destroyed it with her own hands. Her only family had died before her eyes too. Cheryl. Chen Zhao patted her shoulder. Go away. Cheryl was upset with him and shook his hand away. No, listen to me. I don't want to listen. Then you can stay here. The police will be here soon anyway. You can tell them that you set the orphanage on fire. Just don't rat me out. Chen Zhao turned to leave, but Cheryl called him immediately. Wait. What? I want to help you work. You saw that I have werewolf blood. I can help you do a lot of things you can't. You're not going back to the orphanage. I don't want to. The administrator isn't nice. But there's nothing you can do for me. Fine. Cheryl turned to leave. Looking at her backside, Chen Zhao had a headache. Wait. Cheryl's back was to Chen Zhao, but her lips curled up in a devilish smile. I have a spiritualist friend. I'll ask if she wants to hire you. A spiritualist? Like you? I'm a doctor, not a spiritualist, Chen Zhao corrected. Then he called Sienna. Sienna. What? Farley just called me saying her call to you won't go through and asked if I knew where you are. You still haven't gone home? I ran into some trouble. Right now, I have a Weregirl by my side. She's strong. Are you interested? A werewolf? An actual werewolf? You're saying that you met a werewolf? She doesn't have a home and needs someone to hire her. If you're uninterested, don't come over. Yes, I'm interested. Where are you? I'll go find you too. My team needs a strong werewolf. Are you sure? Of course, but you have to promise that your Weregirl is strong enough. Definitely. She's definitely strong and violent. Chapter 225, Slimming Result. Chapter 225, Slimming Result. 20 minutes later, Sienna and Chris came. Excitement was written all over their faces. When Cheryl saw the two of them, she subconsciously hid behind Chen Zhao. Sienna, Chris, you're scaring her. Why is it a kid? Are you still not satisfied? Chen Zhao twitched his lips. Is she really a werewolf? As real as it could be. Can she transform? Chen Zhao looked at Cheryl. Cheryl lowered her head and said hesitantly, I'm not experienced enough. Also, I may go out of control easily. It's fine. I can handle it. Even if I can't, Chen can. Don't count on me. I'm just a doctor, Chen Zhao rejected. By the way, don't tell Farley about what happened tonight. Sure. Sienna and Chris left with Cheryl. Chen Zhao suddenly realized something and quickly chased Chris' car. Wait. Bring me too. I can't get a car here. Late into the night, Chen Zhao finally reached home. He looked dirty and clumsy. Farley, why are you still awake? Waiting for you. I can't sleep without you at home. Sorry to keep you waiting. Chen Zhao felt somewhat guilty. Nevertheless, he did not want Farley to worry. He took out his phone, which he had been deliberately using so that its battery was flat. My battery's flat. I promise it won't happen again. Farley discovered that Chen Zhao was really exhausted. Even when he had run 2 marathons, he still slept with her at night. However, today, Chen Zhao slept immediately after he finished showering. Farley could tell that his day had not been as easy as he described. Indeed, there were still visible bruises on his body. Stop, I still wanna sleep. When Farley opened her eyes, Chen Zhao was already awake. It seemed that he had a good rest the night before. He was touching her early in the morning. Bad boy. You can continue to sleep. Farley almost laughed. How could she still sleep? After having sex, Chen Zhao finally felt comfortable again. Lying on the bed with Farley in his arms, Chen Zhao asked, Farley, what's your favorite color? Why? Nothing. We've been together for a long time, but I suddenly realize that I don't know a lot of things about you. Red. Are you going to give me rose? I would rather you spend that money on food. I feel that I need to control your diet now. You've grown heavier. I'm heavier. No way. Really. I can really feel it. With Farley in his arms, Chen Zhao turned over and pressed her onto the bed again. Gaia's boxing class was already coming to an end. However, Chen Zhao planned to continue learning, although he would not pay for an entire month's lessons again. Instead, he would only go when he was free. To be honest, Chen Zhao was really grateful for Gaia. She had taught Chen Zhao many things. Apart from occasionally beating Chen Zhao up on purpose, Gaia's boxing ability and coaching ability were both first class. At noon, Chen Zhao went to Mr. Doman's house. The first exercise was swimming. Normans could not wait to lose weight, because the crumpled skin on her belly could already reach her legs like a piece of clothing. Therefore, she had to quickly lose all her extra meat and then go for skin tightening. Normans, do you know about cars? Normans glanced at Chen Zhao, who was swimming in the adjacent lane. Do you plan to buy a car? I plan to buy one for my girlfriend. How much do you plan to spend? No more than 200,000. That's quite high. Chen Zhao felt that since Normans was a lady and was from a wealthy family, her suggestion should be pretty reliable. Normans indeed knew about cars, but the types she liked seemed to be completely different from a normal lady. Normans was more interested in SUVs. Her recommendations were all rough-looking SUVs. Chen Zhao was totally speechless. He wanted a small car that had more feminine characteristics. Hence, he rejected all of Norman's suggestions. After the day's training, Normans weighed herself again. It was 79.5 kilograms. Let's train more today, Normans urged. I want to remove this ugly skin as soon as possible. Actually, you can already go for skin tightening now. No, I'll only go after I reach the standard weight. The extra skin on your body weighs at least 5 kilograms. But even after removing it, I'll still be 75 kilograms. What if it wrinkles again after I slim down further? Come on, human skin is elastic. As long as the difference isn't too big, it won't have obvious wrinkles. When you reduced from 140 kilograms to 125 kilograms that time, your skin showed no difference, remember? Maybe a few days later. Norman's was pretty tall, indeed she was 171 centimeters. As long as she did not want to become bony, 60 kilograms should be the ideal weight. Up to you. Chen Zhao would only give advice on this. He was not in the position to interfere. Now, he did not even have to supervise Norman's diet. She would strictly control her own meals. In just over 10 days, Norman's had changed from the inside out. Without the fats on her face and body, she already had the beauty that she was supposed to have. Of course, she still looked rather bloated in her clothes. Chen Zhao swam with Norman's with a bit longer. When Norman's returned to the ground, Wouter immediately approached her. The now intelligent Wouter was exceptionally close to Norman's. Usually, when Chen Zhao and Normans went to run outside for a few hours, Wouter would stay at home alone, listless. He did not have the stamina to run more than 10 kilometers. Asshole, how exactly did you train Wouter? Not just me, even my dad loves him now. He's really too smart. The 100,000 is simply well spent, don't you think? Even a professional animal trainer wouldn't cost so much. Normans twitched her lips. You can go and hire any professional animal trainer you want, but it wouldn't have been this effective, Chen Zhao said. Wouter, get me a can of beer. Hearing Chen Zhao's instruction, Wouter immediately ran into the house. Soon, he came out with a can of beer in his mouth. Wouter, you're my pet. Don't listen to this asshole. Give me the beer. Don't be so stingy. Wouter, give it to me. Why can you drink but not me? Because I don't need to lose weight, but you do. Chapter 226 Eyes. Chapter 226 Eyes. In 3 days, the 2 kilometers of asphalt road was completed. Asphalt had many advantages over cement. It was easier to lay down, more efficient, and easier to maintain. A cement road needed to be dried for at least a week before it could be used. Cement also swelled. If the difference in temperature was too much, it could crack or break. On the other hand, asphalt could solidify within a few hours under regular temperature. Cars could go on it in 24 hours. There weren't many pure asphalt roads anymore because it could produce carcinogens under high temperatures. Now, most asphalt roads used mixed materials. Asphalt was the main ingredient with fiber and other materials mixed in. This reduced the toxins released. The cost also rose considerably, but Chen Zhao was willing to spend more money. Large amounts of construction materials were sent to the site. First, they had to build the foundation. The earth by the river was looser and damp. Plus, a portion of the building would be underground, so the foundation had to be pretty deep. Another portion would be built in the river, so construction would be more troublesome. Of course, Chen Zhao didn't have to worry about this. Felwood would take care of everything. Just as Chen Zhao returned from the construction site, he received Dell's call. Chen, can you come over? I think there's something wrong with Faith. Oh, Mary didn't take care of her? It's not Mary's problem. It's best if you can come over because I'm not really sure. Judging from Dell's tone, he didn't seem to be joking. Usually, when Dell asked for Chen Zhao, he would say some playful things even if something was wrong. But today, Dell was serious the entire time. Chen Zhao felt like something really was wrong. When he arrived at Dell's home, Dell hurriedly led Chen Zhao in. It was obvious that he really cared about Faith. Dell was unreliable usually, but for this, he acted as serious as a parent should. Dell, what's wrong with Faith? He didn't answer. Entering the living room, Chen Zhao saw Mary holding Faith. Mary. Chen, you're here. Let me see Faith. Chen Zhao took Faith, but he couldn't see anything wrong with her. What exactly is wrong? I think that she can't see, Dell said. Her. Chen Zhao sat on the sofa. He took out a small flashlight and shone into Faith's eyes. She didn't have any reaction. Then Chen Zhao snapped his fingers by Faith's ears. She immediately reacted, reaching toward Chen Zhao while making noises. His preliminary judgment now was that Faith really couldn't see. Did you take her to the hospital to check? Not yet. Do it immediately. I'll go with you. Chen, what if Faith can't see? Dell asked worriedly. You're her guardian even if she can't see. That's not what I meant. I mean, if she can't see, what will her future be like? I want her to grow healthily and play like the other kids. I don't want her life to be in darkness. Dell's expression was serious. Go to the hospital to check first. We can discuss this when the results come out. Chen Zhao and Dell brought Faith to the hospital. She was quickly taken to a dust-free room for testing by the ophthalmologist. Chen Zhao and Dell could only sit in the hallway, waiting for the results. Just then, Fu came over. Seeing Chen Zhao there, she was surprised. Chen, why are you here? Don't tell me your patient is in there again. It's my friend's child, Chen Zhao said. Come here. I have a question, Fo said, pulling Chen Zhao to the side. What's wrong? How are you and Farley? We're dating, Chen Zhao answered. Is there a problem? I don't have a problem, but my dad is really conservative. He might not agree with you two dating. Chen Zhao rolled his eyes. What year was it? How could there still be such an old-fashioned parent? My dad is really authoritative and not easy to talk to. If he thinks that you and Farley can't be together, he might use force. Me and Farley don't need other people to point around, Chen Zhao said, just as forcefully. Even if that person is Farley's father. Fine. I hope you can convince him. After Fo left, Del moved over. Chen, who's that pretty doctor? You guys seem to have a special relationship. Did you two have sex yet? She's my girlfriend's sister. That's it, Chen Zhao said. So you've been acting the entire night and now you're being stupid again? I'm worried inside, but it's useless, Del said helplessly. An hour later, the doctor responsible for the test came out with the report. A nurse carried Faith. Mr. Del, the situation isn't good. What's bad? Del instantly grew nervous. Your daughter has congenital choroidal hyperplasia. She can't react to light. Can you do surgery? Del asked. The child is too young and can't undergo surgery. Also, this condition is congenital, so it can't be fixed. In addition, she has the Diego blood type. Chen, what's that? Diego was discovered in 1955. It's named after the first patient who produced a new blood antigen. This patient gave birth to an infant with neonatal hemolytic disease. An antigen was found that could attack the infant's red blood cells through the placenta. In 1967, the second Diego antigen was found and more kept being discovered in 1995. Say it more simply. It's a rare blood type. And then, Faith's choroid is underdeveloped, so if she does surgery, someone will have to donate their eyes. This means that if Faith wants to see, she'll need to switch out her entire eye. But with how rare the Diego blood type is, there might not be one match in decades. Do you understand? Can you buy it on the black market? I'm willing to spend as much money as needed if I can buy it. Is $1 million enough? Chen Zhao slapped Del's head. Idiot. The doctor walked away, shaking his head. Chen Zhao glared at Del. Watch your language. This isn't your house. Thank God the doctor didn't take it seriously. Otherwise, you could have gotten reported. Why? I didn't do anything. I can't even talk about it. You know how the organs on the black market get there? How? There are organ harvesting places everywhere in the world. Some organ harvesters get their eyes on tourists. Then they're dragged to the place and their organs are taken out. Sometimes, their bodies are found in the rivers or beaches. Chapter 227 Agreement. Chapter 227 Agreement. Never buy an organ from the black market or book an organ from someone, because an innocent person might die due to your decision. As a doctor, Chen Zhao knew how horrifying organ traffickers were. Organ trading was also known as the cruelest trade in human history. Tens of thousands of dollars was enough for an organ trafficker to dismember an innocent man. Del was kind of abnormal most of the time, but it did not mean he was a bad guy. Chen, is there really not a single solution? Chen Zhao bit his own lips and thought about it. Leave her in the hospital for now and let the medical experts see if she can be treated. Chen Zhao wanted to use a pristine eyeball, but he could not do it before Del. He planned to wait for Faith to be discharged. Then, he would bring her to his house and give her a pristine eyeball. Del left Faith in the hospital because it was only a preliminary examination, not a conclusion. Her current diagnosis might just be wrong. No matter how unlikely some things were, most people would still hope that they could become reality. Chen Zhao left the hospital alone. Suddenly, a car charged toward Chen Zhao. He quickly ran backward. The car also stopped. Are you trying to fucking kill me? Chen Zhao roared. A man whose face was covered in sweat alighted from the car. Without apologizing to Chen Zhao, he flung the rear door open and carried a child out. Then, he bolted into the hospital as fast as he could. If Chen Zhao knew that there was a kid requiring urgent treatment, he would not have cursed the driver. He touched his nose, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Mr. John, what's wrong with young John? Fo hastily approached John and saw him carrying John Jr. I wanted to call him for lunch just now, but he kept lying on the sofa. I couldn't wake him up. As they ran along the corridor, Fo shone a torchlight into John Jr.'s eyes. Pupils dilated and bloodshot in his eyes. Probably caused by nerve compression. Mr. John, what does his report last month say? The tumor in his brain has increased in size obviously, and the rate is much faster than a few months ago, John replied urgently. Ms. Fo, please save John. He's only 5. Has he been taking his medicine timely? Yes, all the time, but since last month, it has been ineffective. We'll send him into the ICU first. Soon, the examination report came out. The tumor in John Jr.'s brain had restored its size from 5 months ago. Ms. Fo, how did you manage to reduce the tumor's size last time? Can you please do it again? The cost doesn't matter. You know that I only have one kid. If he's gone, all my money will become meaningless. Please save him. At any cost. Fo bit her own finger and remained silent for a while. I know someone who can help. I can try, but I can't promise that he's definitely willing to help. Who's he? I'll convince him. No. If he finds out that I've told someone else about it, he will definitely not help. Fo came to the rooftop and called Chen Zhao. Chen, I need your help, Fo said directly. Do what? I hope you can treat a kid's brain tumor, the kid in the ward that you accidentally entered last time. You relieved his condition that time, but it's back again. I can't do it, and I'm also not the person who helped him last time, Chen Zhao denied as usual. If you can help me, I'll say something good about you before my dad. I may even provide you with his information. Hearing Fo's words, Chen Zhao began to hesitate. To be honest, Chen Zhao was really frustrated when he had heard that Farley's father would very likely try to stop their relationship. Parental disapproval has always been an unsolvable problem since ancient times. Chen Zhao clearly could not drag Farley's father out and beat him up. Nevertheless, Fo's cooperation might just resolve her father's hostility and denial toward him. Do that kid's parents know about me? His father doesn't know who you are. Then never let him know, Chen Zhao said. Also, I have another request. What? Remember the kid that my friend and I sent to the hospital today? Yes. I asked about her too. Choroidal hyperplasia. I want you to prepare an operating room for me. During the surgery, nobody can come in. I also don't want any cameras to record the process down. What do you want to do to that kid? Another rule between us, don't ask me about what I want to do again. Can you heal her eyes? Fo gasped. Do you agree or not? How long do you need the room for? About half an hour. Okay, I'll think of a way. When do you want me to do the operation? The sooner, the better. That kid's in a really critical state. Fo paused before she continued, the best timing is tonight. I'm afraid he can't live for much longer. The longer we wait, the more severe his condition will be. Also, it's much easier for me to arrange an operating room for you at night. Tonight. When? After midnight. Fine, Chen Zhao agreed. Send me his examination report. I need to prepare a suitable drug for him. Fo immediately sent the report to Chen Zhao. It was out of her trust toward him, and also because she had no other choice. After studying demonic crystals over the past many weeks, Chen Zhao now had a much better understanding of how they could be used. To the human body, a demonic crystal was, perhaps ironically, both an excellent medicine and a fatal toxin. While a piece of demonic crystal could cure a person of his illness, it would also destroy his body to some extent. Hence, using demonic crystals to extend one's life indefinitely was but an impossible fantasy. Humans could not do what demons could not. Nonetheless, other substances could be used to neutralize the damage demonic crystals had to the human body. In this way, demonic crystals would do little to no damage and instead restore and repair the body, maximizing their effects. Of course, the better way was to use perfect demonic crystals. Perfect crystals were indeed much more effective than ordinary demonic crystals, but they were too scarce. As a result, Chen Zhao would not use them whenever possible. He did not have too many perfect crystals, not to mention that he had no idea when he would next obtain them. When he had killed the murderer that time, he obtained his first piece of perfect crystal. He received another one after saving 9 people from the fire. The third one appeared after he had encountered the Mexican gang and sent their leader, Odutra, into prison. At the moment, he still had more than half of the second piece of perfect crystal. The third one was still complete, and Chen Zhao had yet no intention of breaking it apart. Chapter 228, What Floor is this? Chapter 228, What Floor is this? Farley came back in the evening and realized that Chen Zhao had come home earlier than her. Chen, you didn't go out today? I did and then came back. Chen Zhao grabbed Farley's hand and pulled her into his lap. I'm all sticky. Let me shower. Together. Farley knew that Chen Zhao would say that, as he always did. She couldn't resist him either, so Chen Zhao could always do what he wanted. During the heated moment, Chen Zhao murmured, I'm going out tonight. Where? Hospital. You're sick. Wait, you're a doctor. For has a patient that needs my help. Should I drive you? Sure. Chen Zhao personally made dinner. Usually, Farley prepared it, but Chen Zhao came back earlier this time. Naturally, he couldn't let Farley work. They left around 9 p.m. During this time, Fu called to ask when Chen Zhao would come. When they reached the hospital, Fu was waiting at the door. She was surprised to see Farley here too. Farley, you told me last time that you have nothing with Chen. Then a few days later, you guys got together. What do you mean got together? It sounds so ugly. We're dating. Farley rolled her eyes. How's your preparation? I checked the surgery room schedule for tonight. There are 3 empty rooms after 11. I'll arrange an alarm for little John and I'll take him into the surgery room. Then I'll bring Faith in too. Farley had only come to drive Chen Zhao. She went home after taking him to the hospital. Around 10 p.m., Fu put Chen Zhao into a surgery room and also made him change into the white coat, along with a cap and mask. A while later, Fu and a nurse pushed little John into the surgery room. The nurse was surprised to see another doctor there. Go out first, Fu told her. Hand this to me. Oh, okay. After the nurse left, Chen Zhao looked at Fu. Bring Faith over. Do you need help in treating little John? No need. Chen Zhao shook his head. Fu was disappointed. She'd wanted to secretly learn from him, but Chen Zhao didn't even give her the chance. Petty ass, Fu complained before leaving the room. Chen Zhao first checked little John's heartbeat and other indicators. He was in bad shape. The tumor was already on his nerve and he'd been unconscious for 12 hours without waking up. Chen Zhao didn't immediately give him the demonic crystal. Instead, he gave him the potion made from brewing the never-wilting flower in the soul-return spring of hell. This potion could strengthen one's vitality. Chen Zhao made it mainly for the heavily injured or critically ill. Most times, they were already in a dangerous situation. Impulsive treatments could speed up their deaths. On the other hand, taking this potion could largely ensure that the patient would be safe during treatment. After little John's vitals steadied, Chen Zhao finally gave him the demonic crystal. At that time, Fu carried Faith in. I brought the baby. What next? Go out. You don't need my help to treat her eyes either. Fu stared at him, gritting her teeth. Nope. Fine, I'll go. Fu tossed the child down angrily. After Chen Zhao took the child and made sure that Fu was gone, he took out 2 pristine eyeballs. He realized that there were still roots on the eyeballs. They looked pretty scary, like parasites, but they actually weren't dangerous. They were probably the safest things in hell. Chen Zhao didn't have to dig out Faith's eyes and then stuff the pristine eyeballs in. The pristine eyeballs could automatically replace the original eyes. He placed them on Faith's face. Then the roots started crawling toward her eyes automatically. The scene looked strange, but the process wouldn't hurt the child. After that, the pristine eyeballs' roots started seeping into Faith's eye sockets. One could vaguely see the roots wriggling slowly under Faith's soft skin. "What are you doing?" Little John's voice suddenly sounded behind him. Chen Zhao turned around to look at Little John, who'd woken up on the surgery table. "You're dreaming." With that, he snapped and cast the Banshee's charm. When he turned back at Faith, the two pristine eyeballs had completely melded with her body. Chen Zhao carried her out of the room. Fa was waiting outside the door. Seeing Chen Zhao come out so quickly, she was shocked. "You're done." "Done. You can push Little John out now." Fa pushed Little John back to the ICU and took some samples. Chen Zhao stayed in Faith's room. More than an hour passed when Fa entered with shock written all over her face. "Chen, you really did it. John's tumor is reducing in size quickly. You really did it." "Okay, we promised," Chen Zhao said. "I already did it, so what's next is all you. My friend is coming tomorrow. Take Faith for a checkup again. After the results come out, tell my friend. Just say that there was an error in the test yesterday and there are no problems with the eyes. You fixed the child's eyes too? No shit. Otherwise, why did I spend all that effort? Why don't you tell your friend that you cured his child's eyes?" "That friend of mine isn't reliable," Chen Zhao said. "He can't keep his mouth shut. You trust me this much?" "I don't trust you, but I have no choice. Plus, you're my sister-in-law too." Just then, a third person's voice sounded in the room. Adele." Chen Zhao and Fa yelped at the same time. They saw someone standing at the window. It was Del. The curtain had been pulled, so they didn't notice his presence until he made a sound. "Del, why are you here?" "Sleeping." "Why are you sleeping here?" "To look after Faith. In the movies, the parents always have to stay with their kid in the hospital." Chen Zhao turned to Fa. "You didn't notice him when you came for the kid?" "The lights were off, so I didn't notice." Fa felt awkward too. She definitely didn't expect that Del would be here the whole time. "Why didn't you make a sound when I came for the child?" "I was asleep." "When did you wake up?" "When you two were talking." "What did you hear?" "Everything." Fear appeared on Del's face. "You're not going to kill me, right?" Chen Zhao looked outside the window. "Fa, what floor is this?" 12th. Fa also had a creepy smile. Del yelled. "What?" Faith was scared awake by Del. Chapter 229, Fall. Chapter 229, Fall. Del drove Chen Zhao home, his face still filled with displeasure. "Chen, I'm very unhappy now. I can't believe you didn't trust me at all. I thought we were friends. If I didn't take you as a friend, I wouldn't have treated Faith's eyes. But you could have told me directly that you can heal her eyes, not act like a thief. And then you can announce to the whole world that someone can cure a blind person of her blindness. Is that not good?" "No, not at all. The treatment is very complicated and can't be repeated indefinitely." "Fine. I promise to you. No, I swear in the name of God that I won't tell anyone, including Tsura. I want you to swear in the name of your dick, not God. You've done enough blasphemous things." "Fine. I swear." When they reached Chen Zhao's house, Del also alighted from his car and gave Chen Zhao a tight hug. "Chen, thank you. Getting to know you is the luckiest thing in my life." Chen Zhao pushed Del away. "Don't come so close to me." Then, Chen Zhao waved his hand. "Take care of Faith." "Chen, when did you take me as your friend?" "When you stopped asking me to treat your dick." When Chen Zhao entered the house, he realized that Farley was still waiting for him in the living room. "Chen, how did it go?" "Quite smoothly, I would say." Smiling, Chen Zhao seized Farley's slim waist and started to touch her gently. Farley's breathing became heavier and heavier. Before they left, they already had sex for 2 hours. Now, Chen Zhao wanted it again. Farley was speechless at Chen Zhao's endless vigor. At night, Chen Zhao was suddenly awakened by a phone call, so was Farley. "You sleep. I'll go out and answer the call." Chen Zhao calmed Farley down and left the bedroom with his phone. "Hi, Gaia." "Chen, I'm outside your house now." "Why?" "You're going to rob us. Anderson's in trouble." I need your help. What happened to him? He went for underground boxing. Now he's severely injured. Wait for me to put on some clothes. Chen Zhao could not care about his bearing. Chen Zhao had quite a good impression of Anderson in the fitness center. He was a very family-centered man. Chen Zhao had heard that he was raising his kid by himself. Whenever Chen Zhao invited him for a drink after their training, Anderson would reject him politely. The reason was always that he had to go back and take care of his child. Also, Anderson was a strong and sincere person. Farley, a patient is in urgent need of my help. I'm going out. Do you need me to drive you? No, just sleep. My friend is driving me there. Be careful then. Chen Zhao grabbed his toolbox. When he left the house, he immediately saw Gaia's car outside. He felt that he really had to get a driving license. Having to be fetched by others all the time was really inconvenient. In particular, Chen Zhao was very uncomfortable that Farley had to sometimes drive him at night. After he boarded Gaia's car, he immediately asked, "Where's Anderson now?" "In my fitness center." "Why not the hospital?" Gaia glanced at Chen Zhao. "He's an illegal immigrant." Huh. Chen Zhao did not expect that. Anderson was a white man. In America, most illegal immigrants were Asian, Latino, or African, especially Latino, since the two places were nearby. He's both a Latino and German, but his ancestral home is in Mexico. He's already been here for 4 years. Are you very close to him? I brought him here from Mexico. What's your relationship? He's the older brother of one of my students. Since he got here, he has been a coach in my center. But why would he go for underground boxing? He wants to get his son a legal identity. It's expensive. Chen Zhao finally understood why Gaia would sometimes train with Anderson. Anderson was definitely not rich enough to hire Gaia as his coach. After all, Chen Zhao had to pay Gaia a few $1,000s for a month's training. It was not cheap. The car stopped below the fitness center. The entire building was covered in ominous darkness. Suddenly, a person fell from the sky. Bang! Both Gaia and Chen Zhao were astonished. Anderson. Gaia reacted first. She immediately charged forward, but Anderson was already lifeless. Chen Zhao stood beside Gaia and shook his head. He's dead. Anderson was totally dead. Chen Zhao did not even have the time to save him. Seeing a familiar person fall and die before him was certainly not a pleasant experience. Chen Zhao could not tell whether Gaia was sad or angry. With an emotionless face, she called the police. Soon, the police came. They were from Leonardo's police station. Although they were not led by Melson this time, Chen Zhao still knew most of them. Chen Zhao and Gaia were brought back to the police station and questioned. Because Gaia had a driving recorder in her car, they had no suspicion. Gaia told the police most of the facts. On the other hand, Chen Zhao just said that he did not know what was going on. Early in the morning, they left the station. Anderson's death report was also out. He had committed suicide. Chen Zhao did not know what kind of pressure could force Anderson to make such a decision. In fact, not too long ago, he was also himself a homeless foreigner. If he did not meet Ethan that time, he might have ended up in the same place as Anderson. Surviving in a foreign country was no easier than surviving in the wild. Getting a good life was yet an even bigger challenge. If one did not have any skills, the most likely possibility was for one to end up living on the street. He still has a child, right? Chen Zhao asked. I'm planning to adopt his kid. Gaia stared blankly before her. Doesn't that child have an uncle? He died on the battlefield. If you need anything, call me. Gaia glanced at Chen Zhao and then nodded. Just then, Chen Zhao received a call from Ethan. Chen, client for you. This is the address. After bidding Gaia goodbye, Chen Zhao headed for the address. It was not a new client. When Chen Zhao saw the address, he knew that it was Daly Simpson and her adopted daughter Vil. Chen Zhao knocked on the door. As the door opened, he saw roughly the same scene as he had the last time. The living room was in a mess. Daly had a bruise on her forehead and Vil was sitting on the sofa. Did World War III just happen here? Chapter 230 Unhappy Coincidental Meeting. Chapter 230 Unhappy Coincidental Meeting. Mr. Chen, I must work in the morning, Daley Simpson said. Treat me first. I can't go to work with an injured face. The mother and daughter were both injured. Clearly, Daley didn't plan on giving in to her stepdaughter. She cared more about her career than her stepdaughter. However, judging by Ville's swollen face and messy hair, Chen Zhao felt like she had heavier injuries than Daley. I'll treat your daughter first. Treat me first. I need to work. I can't go to the TV station with bruises. Chen Zhao glanced at Daley and ignored her. I'm paying you. Daley yelled angrily. In real life, she wasn't the mature and charismatic woman that she was on TV. You better think carefully or I'll report you for child abuse. Chen Zhao barked. Daley stopped talking. She'd always been protecting her image. If she had a child abuse scandal, her career would be over, so she admitted defeat and didn't argue with Chen Zhao again. Chen Zhao sat beside Ville while the girl looked at him. I remember you. You saved me last time. Does it hurt here? Chen Zhao gently pressed the bruise on her face. She flinched. Yeah. Ville's injuries weren't too serious. Chen Zhao applied the ointment he created. Other than the bruises on her face, Ville also had burns on her arms, but they weren't bad. Basically, a woman and a girl fought and neither were let off easily. Chen Zhao went to treat Daley next. She was really pissed, but she wasn't willing to anger Chen Zhao now. He could really call the cops. Child abuse wasn't just a civil dispute. It was a crime that she could be sued for. $3,000, thanks. Daley practically shot flames out of her eyes. Oh, right. Ms. Simpson, I took pictures of your daughter's injuries. I hope there won't be a next time. Otherwise, I'll send the pictures to the police. For the sake of your future, please control your emotions. Mister, can I have your number? Ville looked at Chen Zhao with innocent eyes. However, she definitely wasn't innocent or naive. Even Cheryl was more innocent than her. This girl wasn't going through puberty, she was practically evolving into a demon. There probably weren't many girls her age who could fight with their stepmothers. She was probably the only one who could do it so successfully too. Chen Zhao didn't take her side out of pity. It was because she really did need treatment first. Plus, Chen Zhao hated Daley's self-centered attitude. When he left Daley's house, he saw a woman in front of the apartment across from him. The woman glanced at him. Chen Zhao glanced at the woman. When the elevator came, Chen Zhao went in immediately. He recognized the woman and he was sure that she recognized him too. Her name was something like Erwin and she had a sister named Shailene. Back when he treated Shailene, Chen Zhao had stupidly thought that it was just a sister fight. They ended up being rivals of a gang. The two sisters had killed dozens of people, shedding a river of blood. The moment before the elevator closed, Erwin entered. She put one hand on the elevator wall, cornering Chen Zhao. Mr. Chen, we meet again. Chen Zhao realized that he was stuck. Erwin was tall, probably only an inch or two shorter than him. She was also wearing stilettos. Her female suit had a low collar, without any tight clothing under, and a short skirt. Her chestnut hair rolled down like a waterfall, covering her left cheek and shoulder. She was an aggressive woman, a true poisonous beauty. Erwin traced Chen Zhao's chest with her finger. Won't you come in for tea? No thanks. I'm busy. Chen Zhao's breaths were short. Are you worried about something? I don't know what you're talking about. Chen Zhao's smile was a bit stiff. Erwin chuckled. Her smile was mesmerizing. Don't worry. I'm not interested in people outside of my targets. I hope you won't get onto my blacklist. Chen Zhao subtly let out a breath. But that moment, Erwin's expression turned cold again. But if you dare spread nonsense, I can't promise what I'll do to you. Erwin suddenly jabbed Chen Zhao's chest. He pushed her aside in pain. Erwin grabbed his wrist, trying to twist it, but Chen Zhao's wrist didn't budge. Pressing a hand on Erwin's plump chest, Chen Zhao pushed her to the wall. Erwin tried to attack but realized that she couldn't move. Chen Zhao's arm was stronger than she'd imagined. She lifted her leg for a kick to the dick. Chen Zhao's hand was already before Erwin's knee. The moment she lifted it, it got caught. Ms. Erwin, can you repeat what you said earlier? She didn't expect that Chen Zhao would be so skilled either. She thought that she could teach him a lesson and then threaten him easily. Instead, she was taught a lesson. It was mostly because Chen Zhao was too strong. She couldn't breathe with his hand on her chest. Mr. Chen, you're so powerful. I'm starting to like you. She licked her lips. Blazing hot air brushed against Chen Zhao's face. He didn't want anything to do with this poisonous beauty. He turned and left as soon as the elevator opened. Nothing good would come out of this relationship. But then Erwin came from behind and grabbed Chen Zhao's arm. Let's have a meal. I'm sorry, I'm busy. Goodbye. Chen Zhao shook her off. We'll pretend we've never met before. I've never met and you've never met me, okay? Chen Zhao really didn't want to be on the mind of a killer who also had a sister. Being able to stop her in the elevator didn't mean that he could really defeat her. A killer would never go face to face with you. They usually gave you a sudden bullet in some corner. Chen Zhao didn't want to live in fear every day, so he didn't want to have anything to do with them. Looking at Chen Zhao's back, Erwin licked her lips. She was the perfect example of someone with an angel's face and demon's figure. However, her aura was too intimidating, so none of the men attracted by her looks dared to approach her. Chapter 231, Treasure Hunt in the Forest. Chapter 231, Treasure Hunt in the Forest. Erwin, why are you so late? Realizing that Erwin was back, Shailin lazily sat up straight on the sofa. Did you not bring any food back? Get up and get changed. We're leaving. Now. We've just moved here for a week, and we paid a month's rent. I met someone who knows us. We must leave now. Regardless of whether Chen Zhao would call the police, they were not going to stay here any longer. It would be risky, after all. Given their profession, they could not allow even the slightest risk. Shailin quickly put on her clothes and packed her stuff. The two erased all traces of their presence as if they had never been here before. Mr. Chen, it's going to be a full moon tonight. Be prepared. I'll go and fetch you later. Pierce South called Chen Zhao. Actually, Chen Zhao already knew where Treed Pempton had hidden his treasure. The seal to the treasure had precisely been set by Winry Gargamel. Now that she had become Raymond's servant, Chen Zhao knew everything about the seal. Therefore, as long as Pierce South did not attempt to do anything funny or betray Chen Zhao, they would definitely be able to get the treasure. In the evening, Pierce South came. Chen Zhao brought all his demon servants, except Amorn who was in the sea. When Pierce saw the entire family of pets squeeze into his car, his face was clearly written with question marks. Mr. Chen, why are you bringing so many pets? To ensure that you won't betray me and kill me after finding the treasure. But now I'm scared that you're the one who'll betray me. The silly twins, Walter and Obito's all looked really fearsome. Bitten by any of them once and Pierce would probably be half dead. Pierce was himself a truly powerless wizard. He really regretted not bringing a gun. Mr. Pierce, actually you don't have to be so worried. I'm only planning to protect myself, not betray you. But I'm still scared. How? Our cooperation is based on mutual trust. You should trust me. Can I go back now and get a gun? Chen Zhao sneered. Pierce immediately kept quiet and focused on driving. Actually, Pierce chose to cooperate with Chen Zhao precisely because he trusted Chen Zhao. After all, Chen Zhao had distributed 10 million worth of gold to the residents of the town. This was the crucial factor which had led to Pierce's decision. Of course, the treasure they were looking for now was worth a few $1,000,000. Pierce could not guarantee that Chen Zhao would not be blinded by greed after seeing the treasure. Just like how Pierce had been driving in worry, Chen Zhao was also on his guard. This was their first cooperation, after all. They were more or less strangers to each other. Treed had hidden his treasure very deep in the mountain. Indeed, it was in an extremely isolated place. The car stopped before the mountain. The two had to climb the mountain on foot. Mr. Chen, I heard that you're planning to build a villa beside Mirror Lake, right? Yes. Is that why you need money so urgently now? Kind of. While Chen Zhao already had enough money for the villa, a house alone was clearly not enough. He needed more money in order to maintain a high quality of life. How about you? Are you taking this risk also because you need money urgently? Chen Zhao asked. It's for my company. My company needs more money, so I have to come here. Puff. You're really fit. Are Eastern sorcerers also fit? You just have to exercise more often. Chen Zhao rolled his eyes. Unlike in a novel, sorcerers did not have to be physically weak. It was just like how an excellent student could be physically strong too. After walking for a while, Pierce felt that it was about time he had to start a conversation. I have a wife. Yes. Most people only have one. I also have a kid. So when you're about to betray me, can you think about my family and not kill me? It was very difficult to climb the mountain. Sometimes, there was not even a proper path. Before they started the journey, they had already prepared some equipment, such as hiking boots, a rope, and a mattock. Despite so, Pierce still found the journey tiring. Chen Zhao, on the other hand, found it much easier. He was very fit. In fact, Chen Zhao would be fine unless the environment was really, really bad. How far away are we from our destination? Chen Zhao asked. Although Winry had told him the rough location, it was his first time going there. He did not know exactly where it was. Furthermore, given that the place was so far in the mountain forest, even Winry could not pinpoint its exact location. Maybe over 10 kilometers. 2 more hills, I think, Pierce said. Can you still walk? I don't have a choice. We have to get there before midnight, Pierce said, panting. Otherwise, we need to wait for the next full moon. Do you need me to carry you? Pierce was overjoyed. Can you? I can carry you for 1 kilometer, and you must give me one of the items you choose later. Chen Zhao smiled. Pierce rolled his eyes. Forget it. I can still walk. Chen Zhao was still quite energized, but it was really difficult to walk on the mountain. The path was sometimes slippery. Even Chen Zhao could not maintain his stability. On the other hand, the silly twins, Walter, Beelzebub, and the rest had a much easier time. They jumped up and down the uneven surface as if it was flat. Even Obito's was a speedy boy in the forest. He would occasionally have a 100-meter sprint, swinging his large tail along the way. The two humans encountered many obstacles, as though they were on a journey to another country. They had left at around 5, thinking that 7 hours was ample time. After they entered the mountain, they realized that the schedule was much tighter than they had thought. In particular, Pierce did not have enough stamina. In the end, Chen Zhao had to carry him and finish the last part of their journey. Finally, they reached their destination at 11:30 p.m. It was a cave hidden deep in the mountain. High, humid, and isolated, the place was enveloped in an uncomfortable and stressful atmosphere. The trees above them blocked the moonlight completely, amplifying the darkness of the cave. Panting heavily, Pierce sat on the ground and could not get up. It's indeed here. It was apparently not Pierce's first time here. At least he knew the way quite well. While Chen Zhao knew the rough location, he might not have found the place so easily among the thick forests and monotonous mountains. You can only find this cave during a full moon, Pierce explained. Actually, Winry had told Chen Zhao about it too. He even knew exactly what was going to happen next. Chapter 232, Dangerous Cave. Chapter 232, Dangerous Cave. To make it sound more fantastical, there was a magic array outside the cave. It had to absorb moon essence during a full moon to open the cave. The two put on hard hats with a light hanging from it. Otherwise, with their very human vision, they'd probably knock their brains out in the pitch-black cave. Did you bring magical phosphor? Chen Zhao asked. Yes, Pierce said. As a wizard, I have to have some on me. Sprinkle some in the front, Chen Zhao said. Why? Just do it. Stop asking so many questions. There were mayflies all over the place. They'd come from hell and were trapped here by magic. They weren't lethal, but if they latched onto someone, they could cast some spells. For example, they could cause insufferable itchiness or pain somewhere. However, these hell mayflies could only survive in damp environments and went to the light. On a full moon night, they would gather at the entrance but not leave the cave. It was difficult to see them with the naked eye. Pierce took out a bag of magical phosphor. Grabbing some, he asked, "Where should I sprinkle it?" "The entrance. Ignite it directly." Pierce sprinkled the phosphor with a bit of magical power to ignite it. Next, he and Chen Zhao saw countless specks of light swarming toward the magical phosphor's flame. These lights were extremely fast, like moths going toward the light. "What are these?" "Hell mayflies," Chen Zhao said. It was actually his first time seeing them too. However, he'd heard Winry mention them before, so he wasn't too surprised. He'd been in hell before, after all, and had seen more impressive things. These mayflies weren't strange to him. "Chen, you seem to know this place better than me." Something charged out of the depths of the cave. "Careful." Chen Zhao pushed Pierce aside. It was a greyhound. However, this one had patches of fur missing. There were red scabs all over the skin too. It seemed to have some infection. Walter immediately went up to the greyhound. He was twice the size of this dog. The greyhound clearly wasn't in a normal state. Who knew how long it had been in here? It still understood basic differences of strength though. When it saw Walter, it immediately surrendered and ran. Walter chased right after it. The silly twins and Obito's also charged deep into the cave. "This cave isn't a straight path," Pierce said. "Aren't you afraid they'll get lost?" "Don't worry, they can find the way," Chen Zhao said easily. "Let's go in too." A few steps later, they saw two greyhounds on the ground. Walter and the others must have killed them. "You're smart to bring your pets. If it was just the two of us, it wouldn't have been so easy." Just then, a black shadow attacked Pierce's back. Chen Zhao had sharp eyes and reaction speed. He pulled Pierce aside while kicking the black shadow away. It was another greyhound. Chen Zhao's kick was so powerful that he killed the hound just like that. "What do these greyhounds eat to survive in here?" "Zombie spores," Chen Zhao answered. "What zombie spores?" "The thing growing where your hand is." Pierce's hand flew back. He clapped his hands hard. Looking at the wall, he saw some fungus-looking things. They were slippery to the touch. If they enter your body, you'll basically turn into those zombies in movies. Pierce kept wiping his hands on his clothes. "Why didn't you tell me sooner? Will I get infected by touching it just then?" "It's not that scary. You'll only get infected if you eat it or it touches your wounds. If those dogs run out, will they cause a biological crisis?" Horror filled Pierce's face. He was probably imagining some movie scenes. "No, they're not contagious. The dogs can't survive outside either. They'll die under the sun like vampires." "You're not scared about this at all?" Pierce asked. "Please, you're a wizard. Can you not be so embarrassing? I feel like a normal person compared to you." Chen Zhao had witnessed and experienced many things before. This was nothing. Two spots of red light appeared right before them. "And what's that?" Pierce hid behind Chen Zhao. "It's okay. It's my pet, Obito's." Pierce shone his light over and saw Obito's sprawled on a greyhound's corpse. He was chomping on it. The zombie spore-infected greyhound was already scary enough. Now that it was a bloody mess, it was even gorier. "Won't your pet get infected by eating the infected greyhound's corpse?" "No, this is just a snack to Obito's," Chen Zhao said. After all, Obito's was a superior demon with the bloodlines of the dragon and glutton. Nothing could live in its burning blood. The zombie spores weren't advanced beings either. They were basically just parasitic spores that the human world had too. The way was lined with greyhound corpses. No one knew how many dogs Treed had put in here. However, to Pierce, Chen Zhao's pets were the more terrifying ones. They weren't scared of these zombie dogs at all. Even the smallest Carrie and Beelzebub were killing their brethren. Many of the ravaged bodies they saw along the way were clearly the works of the silly twins. Only their size and strength could snap a zombie dog in half with one bite. Pierce felt like Chen Zhao had an army of monsters instead of pets. Woof, woof. Chen Zhao and Pierce heard White Ma's bark just then. Of course, Pierce couldn't tell which dog it was, but Chen Zhao could. Come here. White Ma found it. Found what? What do you think? Our goal this time, Treed's treasures. Chapter 233, The Safe. Chapter 233, The Safe. When the two entered the depth of the cave, they saw a safe which they estimated to weigh a ton. Without a doubt, it was the goal of their journey. A safe. Do you know the password? Chen Zhao asked. No. Why would I know the password? Then let's pry it open, Chen Zhao suggested. Will the mattock work? Chen Zhao took the mattock and tried to open the safe. However, the mattock broke straight away. It was clearly impossible to open the safe with a mattock. It was even more impossible to carry the safe back, since it weighed at least 1 ton. Even if Chen Zhao could carry it out of the cave, he would not be able to walk so many kilometers across the mountains with it. The only other option was to carry it back with a helicopter, which was also impractical at the moment. All in all, they had to attempt to open the safe on the spot and then share the treasure. Chen Zhao tried and confirmed the safe's outstanding quality. Even with his incredible strength, the safe did not shift an inch. It was not made from normal iron, but rather alloy steel. Even a bomb might not be able to blast it open. Do you have any idea? Chen Zhao asked. I can try, but I'm not sure if it'll work. Pierce walked up and placed his hand on the safe. Then, many white, fluorescent tentacles extended from the back of his hand. Having no physical form, the fluorescent tentacles entered the safe without difficulty. After a while, the tentacles disappeared and Pierce withdrew his hand. Chen Zhao asked, "How is it?" Pierce shook his head. The safe's mechanism is too complicated. My spell sensory tentacles disappeared before I can understand it. Suddenly, Chen Zhao's right arm began to act funnily again. He felt the mouth of Glutton open. Normally, this would only happen when there was something threatening Chen Zhao or something delicious. Chen Zhao could not sense any danger, so there was only one possibility. There was something in the safe that the mouth of Glutton wanted to eat. Without warning, Chen Zhao's right arm lifted up. It was not Chen Zhao's intention, of course, but rather that of the mouth. Chen, what are you doing? Pierce was puzzled. All of a sudden, Chen Zhao's hand enlarged. Then, a gap appeared on his hand and bit onto a corner of the safe. Crack. The corner was torn off by the mouth, after which it started to chew the alloy steel. What spell is this? With Pierce's understanding of sorcery, he obviously had no idea what it was. He thought it was some kind of spell. Nonetheless, it looked really powerful. The mouth of Glutton had torn off at least 10 kilograms of alloy steel. Chen Zhao was speechless. He was now determined to learn how to control the mouth once he got back. He could no longer tolerate it to be so disobedient and appear when it wanted. This time, it was fine, since Pierce was also a wizard. Although his combat power was probably non-existent, he had at least seen supernatural occurrences. However, if the mouth of Glutton was exposed in public, it would be terribly troublesome. Clearly, Chen Zhao could not explain it by saying that it was magic. Pierce was amused by Chen Zhao's spell, while Chen Zhao could not explain his problem. Just then, the mouth of Glutton, which had finished grinding the steel, opened and bit another piece from the safe. Chen Zhao felt his right arm grow heavier, but only slightly. Perhaps the mouth of Glutton just wants to eat the safe itself, instead of its contents. Chen Zhao touched his right arm. It felt somewhat metallic. Is the mouth absorbing the properties of the steel alloy? After taking 2 more bites, the mouth seemed to be full. Then, Chen Zhao's right arm restored to its original state. The mouth had eaten at least 100 kilograms of the safe. The safe was also open since 1/3 of its door was now missing. Pierce took out all the things from the safe. To be honest, there was quite a lot of stuff. Among them, a very special painting managed to attract Chen Zhao's attention. It was stored like how ancient Chinese paintings were usually preserved. Its 2 ends were framed in rare rosewood and then rolled up. It was also covered in plastic to prevent it from getting wet. Chen Zhao removed the cover and unrolled the painting. It was a splash ink landscape painting, with the inscription Wenlan Shanjing, which could mean Wenlan Mountain View. Wenlan Shanjing? Is this the name of the place or the painter? Chen Zhao had never heard such a painter before and also did not know whether the painting had any value. Nevertheless, judging from the texture of the painting, it should be quite an antique. Are you going to pick this painting? Pierce asked. Chen Zhao thought about it. All right. The painting it is. Then I'll pick one too. This. Pierce took an antique pocket watch. I want this. Chen Zhao picked up a book, which was supposed to be a diary according to its cover. Its pages were already yellowish black. Chen Zhao only had one standard: pick whatever that looks old. The two took turns to take their trophies from the pile in silence. There were over 30 items in the collection. Both of them took more than 15, but there was one left. The two played rock paper scissors and Chen Zhao managed to get the last item. As for who earned more, Chen Zhao could not tell. He did not even know how valuable the things he had chosen were. The two put their prizes in their own bags, after which they headed back. After another few hours in the mountains, Chen Zhao and Pierce finally made it out. Chen, you're a great partner to cooperate with. Pierce could finally relax. Chen Zhao really did not intend to betray him. If Chen Zhao did, Pierce would probably have become his pet's feces by now. Actually, Chen Zhao had also been on guard, since it was their first cooperation. When he returned home, Farley saw him covered in dirt and mud. Chen, how's the treasure hunt? Farley knew that Chen Zhao had gone to look for treasure. Great. They're all here. Chen Zhao put his bag down. What are these? Farley could not understand the value of the collection as well. I'll go and ask a professional later. Don't you need to sleep? You didn't sleep for the whole of last night, right? I still feel fine. Are you going to work? Yup. Clean Walter and the rest too. They're all dirty. There's even blood. Don't tell me they ate Pierce South. Farley also knew that Chen Zhao was not that kind of person. She was merely joking with him. Of course not. I didn't want them to have diarrhea. Chapter 234, The Valuable and Valueless. Chapter 234, The Valuable and Valueless. Mr. Doman, I have a collection with me right now. I can't determine its value. Can you help me appraise them? Of course. Thinking a bit, Chen Zhao decided to keep the splash ink landscape painting. After his house was built, he could use it to decorate his bedroom. He would bring the other items to Mr. Doman for him to appraise. In the afternoon, Chen Zhao went to Mr. Doman's house early with the items. Seeing him pull so many things out of his bag, Mr. Doman was surprised. Mr. Chen, do you plan on selling these things? That's the plan. Mr. Doman started appraising each item. He first held up a piece of porcelain. It was a dish. Judging from the craftsmanship, it should be the bone china that British royalty used in mid-17th century. It's well preserved and has a high market value. It should be around $100,000. This was a good start. Chen Zhao nodded. The most valuable porcelain should be from the Chinese Ming and Qing dynasty. The ones from Jingdezhen were renowned throughout the world. A complete authentic piece could be worth more than millions in the antique market. Most foreign china was also imported from China, but at the end of the 16th century, the British invented bone china. After firing, the bone china's texture was completely different from Chinese porcelain. The latter was harder and with finer details. The patterns were more flowery. On the other hand, bone china felt softer. It had a gentle feeling like touching skin. When looking with a backlight, it would be more transparent the more bone powder it contained. More than 40% would have a semi-transparent texture. Next, Mr. Doman picked up the second item. It was a copper incense burner. Judging from the craftsmanship, this should be an incense burner used by Spanish nobles in the 13th century. There's a Spanish word here, Medina. The House of Medina Sidonia is one of the oldest Spanish noble families. I'll have to do radiocarbon detection to determine its exact age, so my conservative estimate is from $300,000 to $350,000. Hearing this price, Chen Zhao was overjoyed. The china that he'd had the most hope for was only $100,000, but this incense burner could actually be sold for more than $300,000. Mr. Doman picked up the ratty old notebook. Flipping through the pages, he said, "It's also in Spanish. It's a nautical diary from the 17th century. The writer is a sailor named Beja Cambris. It doesn't have much value." He placed the diary on the side and started appraising the next item. During this process, he put the valuable and valueless on either side. The most valuable was that incense burner, while the least valuable was a mirror. An item from the early 12th century with finer details, it was only $10,000. After finishing the last one, there were 12 items that had a certain or very high value. 4 didn't have any value or were very cheap. The 12 items ranged from $10,000 to $300,000. The total value was around $800,000 to $1 million. As for the other 4 items, Chen Zhao kept them himself. However, Mr. Doman's own appraisal wasn't enough if he wanted to sell the items. He had to go through a professional appraisal agency or have Mr. Doman's company provide a report. Mr. Doman was very professional, but his appraisal was only to provide a basis. He had an accuracy rate of above 80%. As for the final price, more appraisals had to be done. Chen Zhao agreed for Mr. Doman to take the items to his company for more detailed and scientific appraisals. They signed a preliminary contract. Chen Zhao mainly signed a collaboration agreement to ensure that this wasn't a dirty exchange. Mr. Doman also had priority acquisition power and paid $300,000 as a deposit. If other institutions or people had a higher bid, Chen Zhao could definitely sell to them, but he'd have to return the deposit with interest. Chen Zhao and Mr. Doman were friends, but they were both serious about the contract and collaboration. After finishing business, they began chatting. "Mr. Chen, when do you think Normans can finish the weight loss plan?" "Around 10 more days. You had her go from 308 pounds to 154 in 20 days, but it'll take 10 more days to go from 154 to 130. Mr. Doman, weight loss doesn't work like that. The weight loss before was fat and water content. Now, Norman's has very low BMI, so the effect isn't as obvious as before. Actually, I suggest that she go to do skin surgery now. Future weight loss will be easier. Running with all that flaccid skin now makes things harder. Norman's told me about this. She wants to do surgery when her weight is at a satisfactory level instead of now. It's not that big of a deal. If Norman's is willing to continue in her present state, I won't object." When Norman's performed surgery wasn't part of Chen Zhao's responsibilities. He didn't have to care even if she never did it. He was only responsible for her weight, not her looks. Afterward, Chen Zhao went to train Norman's. "Norman's, your arms are still thick. We'll add more training for your arm." "How?" "Boxing while jogging. Keep moving your legs while punching. Like this, keep doing it." The day's training started again. Norman's followed Chen Zhao's plans seriously. The boxing jogging lasted for half an hour. Then it was butterfly swimming. "Chen, I plan on getting skin surgery. Do you have suggestions?" "No, but you'll get scars. If you want to get rid of the scars and recover as soon as possible, you can ask me. I can provide those services too." "Asshole." Norman's gritted her teeth. "I definitely won't let you do it. After the weight loss ends, I'll never give you another job." "As you wish." Chen Zhao shrugged. "Don't eat spicy food after surgery and don't touch water for 3 days. We'll take a break 1 day before the surgery." "Why?" "This relaxes the muscles. If you exercise as intensely as today, your muscles will grow taut. After the surgery, your muscles might be in the wrong place. That'll be annoying. It's best if you get a massage to relax your muscles too." Chapter 235, Breeding. Chapter 235, Breeding. "Hey, Chen." Farley realized that Chen Zhao had brought a few items back. "Did you not manage to sell them?" "Sold most of them. These are valueless, so I brought them back." Chen Zhao threw the 4 items onto the table and then leaped toward Farley. Chen, do you realize that Walter has grown bigger again? How heavy is he now? Have you measured it? Chen Zhao asked. I remember it's 65 kilograms the last time. Haven't weighed him recently. Walter, go take the electric scale and weigh yourself, Chen Zhao instructed. Waving his tail, Walter left and returned with the scale in his mouth. He placed it before Chen Zhao and Farley and then stood on it. 78 kilograms, he's indeed much bigger. Chen Zhao was also surprised by Walter's growth. I didn't realize it earlier either. Today, I brought Walter to the HQ. The coastal rescue team has bought 2 more adult German shepherds and I realized their difference. Chen Zhao gave a bitter smile. They obviously had a difference. A normal German shepherd weighed 30 to 35 kilograms, and at most 40 kilograms. Walter was more than twice as heavy as a normal German shepherd. Nevertheless, Walter was still smaller and lighter than the silly twins. Farley did not compare him to the silly twins anyway. She had, after all, witnessed their extraordinary appearance. On the other hand, she still took Walter as a normal dog. Farley also realized that Walter was becoming increasingly intelligent. Usually, even the smartest animal can only perform linear thinking instead of complex thinking. For example, after some training, a dog would stop, walk, sit, stand, or eat when being told. If he is told, however, that there is a car in front and he should stop later, he would not understand it, even if he could understand human language itself. Complex thinking exists mostly in primates such as monkeys. A small number of birds, dolphins, and whales also have high thinking complexity. Only with complex thinking can an animal learn how to use tools. For example, monkeys would use stones to crack the hard shells of nuts. Walter could similarly perform complex thinking. He was indeed very clever. What a smart boy. Chen Zhao rubbed Walter's head. Walter lowered his head in enjoyment, his face filled with a lazy expression. Seeing Walter's affectionate behavior, Whitemar immediately jumped onto the sofa and also stuck his head into Farley's arms. With a bitter smile, Farley also stroked Whitemar's hair. Chen Zhao widened his eyes at Whitemar. If you dare to touch the sofa with your dirty paws again, I'll rip your skin off. Whitemar withdrew his head in sadness and avoided Chen Zhao's stare. Farley was like a mother trying to protect her child. He didn't do it on purpose. Why are you so fierce? Chen Zhao was really free for a few days. Gaia's boxing lesson had ended. Norman's was in the hospital, preparing for the operation. Chen Zhao had been going to Ethan's motel. Ethan had introduced him to 2 clients, one of which gave him 20,000. The other one was only 1,000. Chen Zhao was not a picky person. He would accept both big and small clients. Anyway, as long as he was free, he would accept any clients, provided he could earn at least his travel expenses. Chen Zhao also signed up for a driving course. He found it really troublesome to not have a driving license and a car. Hence, he planned to get his license as soon as possible and then buy a car. Chen, we're running out of dog food. Go to the supermarket and buy some when you're free, Farley called Chen Zhao. When Chen Zhao went to the supermarket, he met a resident of the town. He recalled the person's name to be Dosa. That time, Chen Zhao had saved him from the fire ground. Dosa and his family had even visited Chen Zhao's house to thank him. However, Chen Zhao was not really close to them. In the whole town, the only family that Chen Zhao was close to was Bant's. When Dosa saw Chen Zhao, he walked up and greeted, Chen, how are you doing? I'm fine. Thank you. Chen, can I discuss something with you? Dosa looked at the silly twins who were beside Chen Zhao. What? Blackmar and Whitemar are male, right? Dosa clearly knew about them. After all, the silly twins had been treating the entire mountain town like a funfair. Everyone in the town knew them. Moreover, Azina would sometimes bring them and bully the kids in the town. The silly twins had quite a bad reputation. Since they were much bigger than the dogs in town, it was hard for others to not recognize them. Yes, what? My Sawa is female. I want to breed her. Do you think Whitemar and Blackmar are okay with it? Sorry, I can't agree to do that. I won't make decisions for them, Chen Zhao replied. The silly twins were demons, after all, not animals. Chen Zhao would clearly not treat them like ordinary dogs. A few neighbors have already asked me about this. If I agree to anyone at all, I need to agree to everyone. By then, everyone will come and it's too harmful to my pets. I can't agree. Chen Zhao's answer was logical and reasonable. Even humans would feel uncomfortable after having too much sex, not to mention animals. Dosa nodded. Actually, he did not have too much hope in the first place. He could not force it anyway since the dogs belonged to Chen Zhao. He was not in the position to demand anything. As for whether the silly twins would mate outside, Chen Zhao could not care. In any case, he would not ask them to breed. If the neighbor really wanted, he could bring his dog to the silly twins. Chen Zhao would not force them to do anything. When Chen Zhao left the supermarket, he realized that Leonardo's police car was parked right outside. Leonardo himself was sitting on a bench nearby, enjoying a beverage. Even though the place was extremely crowded, Leonardo still managed to spot Chen Zhao immediately. Actually, he saw the silly twins first. Apart from being huge, they were also carrying 2 packs of dog food each. They were difficult to ignore. Chen. Leonardo waved his hand. Chen Zhao petted the silly twins. Bring the dog food back and no stealing. If I discover that the dog food's opened when I get back, you can prepare to starve for the rest of the day. Chen Zhao sat beside Leonardo. You look pretty free. My shift's ending very soon. I'm waiting for it. Do you want to go to my house later? Farley's almost back too, right? I won't be the third wheel. Leonardo was not insensitive. All right. We'll ask everyone out some other day for a drink together. Chapter 236, Cosplay. Chapter 236, Cosplay. At home. Chen, the coastal rescue team is short on people, Farley said. Can you lend me Black Ma and White Ma for a few days? Why? Are there a lot of accidents recently? It's because of what happened that day, Farley complained. There are more tourists to Angel Beach and a lot go into the deep zone. We give out a lot of warnings, but we still can't stop those brainless tourists. They'll take any risk just to see a Morn. Some of them even pretend to be in danger, because they think it can lure a Morn over. But instead of getting a Morn, me and the rest of the team are getting exhausted. Their features in the video from that night had been unclear because of the darkness, but it was still popular. Hundreds of thousands of people watched it every day. If you take them, they probably won't stay obediently at the beach. With how playful they are, they'll probably go collect coins everywhere. Woof. Master, we'll be good. Let us go. Master, I promise we'll save people. White Ma and Black Ma loved the beach and enthusiastic tourists too much. They could make money there and buy dog food with it. Then go, but remember what you said. Farley, if they don't listen and run around everywhere, remember to tell me. Woof, woof, woof. White Ma and Black Ma ran around the house in excitement. They could finally go to the beach again. Chris, what do you think? Sienna touched her chin as she looked at Cheryl. Chris shook her head. Doesn't stand out enough. Still, Cheryl was like these 2 women's puppet. Sienna and Chris kept making her wear weird clothes. She suspected that they did cosplay. Otherwise, why would they have so many weird things? This Western cowboy-style outfit just looks weird on Cheryl. How about we change the style? Cheryl is a werewolf, not a magician. The weirdest thing is having a werewolf dress like a magician. Just imagine seeing a werewolf in magician clothing fighting. Isn't that weird? Then what suits her? Can you 2 decide first and then make me try it on? I hate being moved around like this. Cheryl finally lost her temper. How do I know what suits you if you don't try it? There's this Catwoman bodysuit. Try it on. Do I have to wear the ears too? No, but try it with these shades. This outfit surprisingly suits her, Chris said, holding her chin with one hand crossed over her chest. I think it looks good too. Cheryl, try transforming now. I'm not a full werewolf. I can't transform at will. I can only do it at night and I need calming medicine or else I'll lose control like last time. Cheryl wasn't a pure werewolf, so there were conditions for her to transform. First, it had to be after the moon came out. If it was a cloudy day and the moon was covered, she wouldn't be able to change. If her bloodline was activated, she could then transform freely. But the way to activate her bloodline was by killing someone. Then you'll start acting with us tonight, Sienna said. To Ukla again? Chris asked. We didn't find any evil spirits last time. I feel like they aren't there anymore. After all, Chen expelled them all last time. Louter Brewster called me today, saying that there are commotions in the old campus again. No matter what, we're the special safety consultant of Ukla now. We have to work for our salary. Sienna placed importance on this official and steady job. Back then, she could only find 1 or 2 jobs around $1,000 each month and didn't try very hard. Most paranormal activities were because the client was being dramatic. This job was different though. The biggest difference was the salary. She made $10,000 per month. Chris, as her assistant, had $6,000 too. This kind of money counted as being high income. Sienna would never let herself lose this job. Sienna, Chris, do I have to wear this outside? Cheryl felt embarrassed. The bodysuit was too tight. She was only 12 years old, but she was going through puberty again. Plus, she had a special bloodline, so her body looked more mature than her age. It's okay. It's night. No one will see. I think it's hard to use my skills like this. Your style is more important. Sienna and Chris didn't actually plan on letting 12-year-old Cheryl do anything dangerous. She had a special bloodline, but she was still a child to them. As for making her wear these weird costumes, it was just to satisfy their weird hobbies. White Ma, Black Ma called. You already took so many pictures. It's my turn now. You should stand on duty now. No, I only took pictures with 10 people. I barely have any money in my bucket. No, it's my turn. More people like me. I'll make more money. Black Ma bared his teeth, putting on a scary expression. No, more people like me. No, me. 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 Then let's duel. We'll see who makes more money. I won't lose. Black Ma and White Ma both grew competitive. Who'll stand guard? Black Ma looked around. Walter, come here. Woof. Walter flew toward the silly twins. He was the most simple-minded one, waiting for his brother's orders with his tongue out. Woof, woof. Stay here and help us stand guard. Just then, there was a loud cry in the distance. A kayak had overturned. Someone's drowning, the lifeguard on the observatory deck cried while sounding the alert to the headquarters. Dozens of lifeguards rushed out immediately. They ran and jumped into the ocean. However, there were 3 faster creatures. White Ma, Black Ma, and Walter shot out like lightning. Chapter 237, Stars of the Beach. Chapter 237, Stars of the Beach. They were extremely fast, indeed much faster than the other lifeguards. Even the fastest sprinter probably could not reach their speed. The 3 of them leaped into the sea directly. Perry and his wife Ackley had come to Angel Beach in search of the legendary killer whale Amorn. Their kids, 5-year-old Jack and 8-year-old Ash, really wanted to meet Amorn. Therefore, they rented a kayak and set sail. After they left the shallow zone, however, a huge wave turned their kayak over. Perry was the only one in the family who could swim. In his panic, he saw Ackley struggling on the surface of the sea. Perry immediately swam over to save his wife. However, Ackley grabbed onto Perry in fear, dragging him into the water too. Ackley, calm down, barf. Perry was not a very good swimmer himself. The raging currents and his wife made the situation worse. To his further dismay, he could not see his kids. Cough, cough. Perry swallowed another mouthful of seawater. Ackley, calm down. Suddenly, he saw a black shadow approach him from the distance. Perry was first shocked out of his wits, thinking that it was some kind of sea monster. When the shadow came closer, he realized that it was a giant dog. No, in fact, there were 3 dogs. Walter was the fastest swimmer among the three. He was the first to reach Perry and Ackley. Woof! Walter barked at Perry and Ackley, who held onto him at once. Apart from his unusually large body, Walter was also wearing a dog life jacket, so he could withstand the weight of 2 more humans. Wait! Don't leave! My son and daughter are still here, Perry shouted. Woof! Walter barked at Blackmar and Whitemar. They immediately disappeared into the sea, as if they were fish. After a while, they resurfaced again, each carrying a kid on their back. The 2 children had been struggling in the sea for less than a minute, so they were more or less uninjured. Very soon, they woke up. Realizing that they were sitting on Blackmar and Whitemar, they were energized right away. By then, the other lifeguards also arrived. One of them approached Blackmar, wanting to carry Jack off his back. After all, Blackmar and Whitemar were not wearing life jackets. The lifeguards were worried that the kids were too heavy for them. However, Jack placed his arms firmly around Blackma's neck and shouted, "No, I'm not coming down. Doggy will protect me." The lifeguard was speechless. He stayed close to Blackmar as they swam back. Finally, Blackmar and Whitemar reached the shore. The kids on their backs were still unwilling to leave. The tourists around them took out their phones and recorded the scene. "Mom, I want to ride the big dog too," an innocent child said, pointing at Whitemar and Blackmar. To be honest, Blackmar and Whitemar were really quite attractive. Despite being fools on the inside, they were still 2 cool and proud wolves. Perry and Ackley finally carried their children from the silly twins. The 2 kids were still pretty hesitant. However, more children had already pounced on the silly twins, fighting to go onto their backs. Given that the silly twins had just saved 2 drowning kids, the tourists all believed that these 2 huge dogs would not harm their own children. While Walter was not as popular as the silly twins, he was liked by many as well. However, Walter was clearly more loyal to his duty. He continued to lie below the lifeguard stand and stare attentively at the sea, protecting the safety of the tourists. Blackmar and Whitemar, on the other hand, were drowning in the happiness of their pay-to-photo mode. Farley had even written on their money buckets the line "Please pay to take a photo." Both adults and children alike were more than willing to take a photo with the 2 giant dogs. Many children liked to climb onto their backs for a night experience. More unbelievably, the silly twins actually caught a thief on the beach. There were always bad guys on the beach. They would target those tourists who were sunbathing with their wallets and phones not too close to them. When Blackmar and Whitemar saw the thief, they leaped onto him and pressed him onto the ground. By the time Farley brought Blackmar, Whitemar, and Walter home, Chen Zhao was already back. Chen Zhao was preparing dinner. He saw the silly twins and the buckets around their necks. "Huh. Looks like you've had a rewarding day. That's a lot of notes," Chen Zhao said as he stir-fried a dish. Normally, the silly twins would receive mostly coins. Even if their buckets were filled to the brim, it might only be $10 or $20. However, Chen Zhao realized that this time, there were many notes in their buckets. There were $1 notes and even $10 notes. They found a way to earn money, Farley said, smiling. "What? Taking photos with kids on their backs. At least $1 per photo. Did you come up with this?" They did. They saved 2 kids today who rode on their backs. After that, almost all the kids on the beach followed them for the whole afternoon. "Go and shower. It's about dinner time." Chen Zhao was not saying this to Farley, but rather to Walter and the silly twins. He had been showering with Farley. When Chen Zhao brought the dishes to the dining room, his phone rang. It was Mr. Doman. Chen Zhao picked it up. "Hi, Mr. Doman. Mr. Chen, we've finished appraising your items. I'm sending you the report. According to our estimation, their values should be about 20% higher than what I told you." "Sure, thank you. Please deduct the appraisal fees from the sale of the items." "Of course. By the way, can you come over tomorrow? Didn't we sign the contract already? Do I need to sign it again?" "No, it's for Norman's." "What happened?" "She's already done her skin tightening surgery, but her body's now covered in scars. She's been complaining that if she knew about it earlier, she would not have lost weight." "Mr. Doman, What do you need me to do? Help me to comfort Norman's. If possible, I hope that you can remove the scars on her body. I suggested it to Norman's that day, but she rejected. I believe she'll accept it now, Mr. Doman said. Okay. I'll be there tomorrow. Chapter 238, Scar Removal. Chapter 238, Scar Removal. At 10 in the morning, Zhao went to Mr. Doman's house. Good morning, Mr. Doman. Morning. He handed Zhao a check. Chen, this is the money for your collection. This is a supplementary contract. The collection will be auctioned in the spring. If the final bid is 50% higher than what you sold it to me for, I will give you 10% of the additional profit. These supplementary contracts were common in the art market. The original owner would sell the items to an auction company. If the company auctioned it off for a very high price, the original owner obviously wouldn't be happy. He could sue the company, thinking that they'd scammed him. These conflicts were annoying and really tainted the auction industry's reputation. Now, the companies would all sign a supplementary contract after buying the items. This way, everyone was happy and no one would cause trouble. Zhao accepted the check. It was $1 million. With the $300,000 in deposit, he'd made $1,300,000 in total. He was quite satisfied with this profit. He'd also checked the prices of similar items online. Mr. Doman's prices were pretty fair. Mr. Chen, do you have a way to heal the scars on Norman's body? Yes. Zhao nodded. Usually, surgery wounds were difficult to heal. Many people would cover it up with makeup or clothing. Using laser was another option, but it wouldn't recover completely. Laser recovery turned the scar into a thin line, but it was still obvious. These scars would never heal completely. It would follow the person for life. I'll pay you $100,000 for you to remove Norman's scars. I can do it, but I don't need the money, Zhao said. Mr. Doman hadn't charged him for the appraisal, so Zhao had to repay him. Usually, art pieces and vintage collections had an appraisal fee of around 5%. Mr. Doman was also a businessman. Since he could appraise the items for free, Zhao couldn't be so nitpicky either. When Zhao opened Norman's bedroom door, she was sitting in front of the window in her bra. She'd returned to the peak of her looks now. Her figure was still plump, but it didn't look bad at all. After the skin surgery, her skin was thinner and finer than before. Zhao could even see the blood vessels under her skin. He didn't know if Norman's had decided to get a boob job too. He didn't find her breasts to be so obvious before her surgery. Now, they looked quite proud. When Zhao came in, Norman's expression darkened immediately. Don't you know how to knock? I'm your coach, Zhao said, chuckling. I have the right to see you whenever I want. I don't need you anymore. That's not up to you. Zhao shook his head. You're only done when I say you are. I'm not in the mood to fight. But I'm in the mood to talk to you about this. Stop annoying me. Your dad invited me over to help you remove the scars, Zhao said. I asked the doctor. He said that these scars can never be removed completely. Oh, I see. I accepted $1 million from your dad. We also agreed that whether you accept the treatment or not, I won't return the money. Zhao shook his check in front of her face. Norman's expression grew furious. You scammer. That's robbery. When did I scam you? You're the one who doesn't want my service. How can you blame me? What will you do if you fail to get rid of the scars? If the treatment fails, Zhao said. That'll be my own problem. Okay, when do we start? We can start now, Zhao answered. What do I do? Strip and lie down. Strip. You asshole, you want to do perverted things, don't you? Please, it's not like I've never seen you naked. There's no point in freaking out. You've changed into your swimsuit so many times these days too. It's different now, Norman said, face red. You think you've changed because you got rid of some chunks of fat? Zhao rolled his eyes. Norman's glared at him. In the end, She took off her bra and walked to Chen Zhao, arms over her chest. What now? Lie down. Chen Zhao rolled his eyes again. Norman's cheeks were as red as apples. Naked, she lay down before the man. This made her entire body heat up. She started feeling a man's hand caressing her stomach. Hey, stop lusting. Change to your back. Huh. You haven't had sex in a long time, huh? Norman's clenched her jaw. You asshole. Stop wasting time. We're all busy. Norman's had surgery in many places: arms, stomach, thighs, butt, armpits, neck, and back. Some places were more sensitive and private places, so she had to strip naked. Chen Zhao wasn't interested though. He could distinguish between patients and women. However, it felt different to Norman's. Chen Zhao's hand sent ripples throughout her. Okay, put your clothes on, Chen Zhao said, standing up. Huh. You're done. Chen Zhao shot her a look. You want me to apply ointment again? Norman's glared at him and put on her clothes while gritting her teeth. So that's it. If you feel like you need treatment again, you can call me. What do you mean? Nothing. I'm leaving. Chen Zhao waved. Norman's was dazed the entire day. Ghosts of the touches from earlier stayed on her skin. At night, she was too heated and frustrated to sleep. Her finger grazed past her arm. Suddenly, she realized that the 20 centimeters scar on her arm had softened a lot more. She turned on the light to check her arm. The scar really had faded a lot. It wasn't just her arm either. All the scars had faded impressively. That asshole really can do things, she muttered to herself through a clenched jaw. It seems like he's not grabbing. He must be waiting for me to call him now. Chapter 239, Sister Next Door. Chapter 239, Sister Next Door. The next day, Norman's already called Chen Zhao. When are you free? When do you need it? As soon as possible. But you told me yesterday that you don't need me. Are you coming or not? Fine. When Chen Zhao entered Norman's room, she immediately removed all her clothes. The first thing that they would normally do upon seeing each other was to curse or mock the other person. However, they did not do that today. Instead, they started the main topic directly. Norman's kept silent until Chen Zhao finished the treatment. Then, she wore her white shirt and short skirt back on without any undergarments. Do you have anything else later? I'm going to the driving school to learn driving, Chen Zhao said, standing up. Norman's asked again, how long will it take for my scars to disappear entirely? About a week. Will you be coming every day? No, maybe once every 2 or 3 days. Chen Zhao packed his stuff, ready to leave. Chen, Norman's called. What? Forget it. You can scram now. What an idiot. Mr. John, your son can be discharged now. After 3 days of observation, we can confirm that the tumor in his brain has shrunk to 20% of its original size, and it is still shrinking. It will no longer threaten his life now. With this rate, he'll recover fully in 3 to 5 months. Forgave John the report. John looked at the medical report. It is a common saying that prolonged illness turns a patient into a good doctor. Since John Jr. was diagnosed, John Sr. had been reading his reports. Now, he knew exactly what each of the numbers on the report meant. Dr. 4, thank you. Can I thank that person myself? John could hardly contain his excitement. He had placed all his hopes on John Jr. He had watched his son grow day by day, and then weaken day by day. His son even almost died before his very eyes. John had been having a stressful and trying time. Today, he received the best news in his entire life. Mr. John, have you forgotten our agreement? I didn't heal little John, neither did anyone. It was God who healed your son. For stared at John with a serious look. I only want to thank him. I don't have any other. Mr. John. All right. Although John did not manage to thank that doctor personally, he was still overjoyed. When John brought his son home, his housekeeper walked up and said, Mr. John, Mr. Risvar has been waiting for you in the living room for quite a while. Okay. Tell him that I'll be right there. Even the housekeeper could tell John's delight. Koi, ask Danny to play with you. I need to go and see Uncle Risvar. Okay, Dad. In the living room. Risvar was surprised to see John with a rejuvenated smile. Risvar, long time no see. When did you come to the States? The two of them hugged each other briefly. Just yesterday. John, you look really happy. I heard that Koi's condition has worsened, but your face says otherwise. Koi's recovered. He's been discharged. Recovered? He had tumor resection? Risvar asked in surprise. Haha. Anyway, he's fine now. Laura came with me too. Can you tell me who Koi's doctor is? As you know, Laura's condition is probably the same as Koi's. John looked very hesitant. Before he left the hospital with Koi, he had promised to keep it a secret. However, Risvar's question put him in a difficult position. Laura was his younger sister. Risvar was also his good friend in college. Laura knew Risvar precisely because of John. Laura and John Jr. were diagnosed with brain tumors at almost the same time. Laura's condition was slightly less severe, but she had encountered several dangerous episodes too. There was no way John could reject Risvar's request. John, why are you so reluctant? Don't you want Laura to recover too? She's your own sister. Risvar was clearly enraged. He did not know what John was hesitating for. Risvar, actually, Koi wasn't healed by surgery. What do you mean? In fact, John told Risvar the entire story. I'm also unsure who the real doctor is. I promised Dr. For that I won't talk about it again, but now I've broken my promise on the same day. Risvar was unconcerned about John's promise. He only wanted to know how John Jr. had managed to recover. Which means Dr. knows who treated your son, right? Risvar, don't act harshly. Dr. saved Koi's life. Of course I won't. Risvar seemed to be making a plan. When Risvar returned to his house in America, he had already received all the information about Chantilly Hospital and its doctors. Just then, two girls ran toward him. They were his twin daughters, Ronnie and Vera. Dad, where's Mom? Dad, where did Mommy go? They were only 3.5 years old. Laura was diagnosed with a brain tumor when she was pregnant with them. That time, Risvar suggested aborting the babies. With Laura's condition, it was too dangerous for her to give birth. However, both Laura and their children were eventually safe. Risvar was also glad that they did not choose to abort their kids. Laura had brought him two more important ladies in his life. Nevertheless, Risvar still felt that his life was not perfect enough. After giving birth to Ronnie and Vera, Laura's health quickly deteriorated. She even suffered several severe comas. While she managed to wake up every time, her future was bleak. Risvar carried Ronnie and Vera with his arms. Mom has something to settle outside. She's coming back later. When will Mommy be back? Risvar could not answer their questions. He did not want them to see Laura being tortured by her illness. He was also unsure how long Laura had left. Didn't you want to play with Brother Koi? He went home today. I also miss Brother Koi. Then we'll go find Brother Koi tomorrow, okay? Tomorrow? Ronnie and Vera suddenly hesitated. Do you have something else tomorrow? Dad, can you bring Brother Koi here instead? Why? Because we've promised Faith that we'll go to her house tomorrow. Who's Faith? Faith lives door next. She's our little sister. Chapter 240, Your Dog is So Small. Chapter 240, Your Dog is So Small. Faith is right next door. You can go over whenever you want. No, we agreed with Faith to see whose dog is bigger. Risvar was speechless. A child's world was honestly impossible to understand. Just then, a black Doberman ran out. It was the same age as Ronnie and Vera, but it was already really big. Its name was Laffer. Its parents all had pure lineages, especially its father. It had won a gold medal at a world dog contest. Its mother was the largest Doberman in the world. Laffer was born with excellent genes. After maturing, Its shoulder height was 80 centimeters tall and it weighed 50 kilograms. It was already bigger than other adult Dobermans. It didn't have its mother's super height, but it was still a giant amongst giants. How big is that little Faith? You're bullying her. She's not one yet, but she said Laffer is tiny. I don't think so. Yeah. Laffer is the biggest and coolest. Risfar felt that this was just bullying. He planned on visiting his neighbors to apologize. After all, his kids should be the older sisters. They couldn't treat little kids like this. Ronnie and Vera took Laffer into the yard to play. Risfar saw through the floor-to-ceiling window that they jumped into the pool while Laffer stood on land, panicking. Laffer was scared of water. It hadn't experienced it before, so it was afraid. Whenever it saw the two kids playing in the water, Laffer would bark but never dared to jump in. The scene was laughable. This was another characteristic of Dobermans. They were friendly to humans. Actually, dogs all knew how to swim. It was a natural ability. Manus, find out for me who's living beside us. Mr. Risfar, there's no need. I've already checked before you moved in. Your neighbor is a playboy. His CAA stockholder, named Devon Dell. He's 28 years old. Risfar changed his outfit and went to visit his neighbor. After all, he didn't come just for Laura's condition. He also planned on entering the American market. He would live here for a long time, so socializing was necessary. At least, he hoped he wouldn't have a bad relationship with his neighbors. Risfar brought Ronnie and Vera along to the next-door neighbor. He rang the doorbell and a voice sounded from the machine. Who is it? Hello, is this Mr. Devon Dell? I'm Risfar. I just moved in next door and I hope to become acquainted. Sure, the door's open. Please come in. Faith, don't put the corn snake in your mouth. You can't eat it. Mary, please help me watch her. Mr. Dell, please put the snake into the glass tank after you're done playing, Mary retorted. Don't toss it onto the sofa. Risfar grew nervous hearing that. He brought Ronnie and Vera into the manor. It was much smaller than his own, but the environment was nice. Just then, a tiny girl ran out of the mansion before him. She couldn't be more than 1 year old, but she ran like the wind and had a huge snake in her hands. A man chased after her. It was probably Devon Dell, along with Mary. Faith, don't run so fast. Slow down. Be careful, you'll fall. Risfar was even more nervous. This girl wasn't the typical kind of strong. Ronnie, Vera, Faith saw them and immediately sped up. She clutched the snake as if offering up a gift. For you. The snake tried to escape from her hands, but Faith grabbed it tightly. Ronnie and Vera didn't dare to accept it. Thankfully, Dell and Mary ran over now. Faith, don't hurt the corn snake anymore. Don't you see how pitiful it looks? Risfar composed himself and looked at Dell. Hello, Mr. Dell. Hello, Mr. Risfar. Puppy. Faith suddenly called at Laffer. Come here. Faith waddled over, trying to grab Laffer, but the dog wriggled away and ran to Risfar's side. Mr. Dell, do you have a dog too? No. Dell shook his head. Your daughter seems to really like dogs. My friend has dogs. He brings his pets over when he visits and Faith always rides his dogs around. Are his dogs big? There are big and small ones. No wonder. Ronnie and Vera came home saying that Faith wants to compete whose dog is bigger tomorrow. Really? Dell turned around. Faith, you want to compete with Ronnie and Vera? But you don't have a dog. I don't, but Uncle does. White Ma, Black Ma, and Walter are mine. All mine. Your uncle might not be free tomorrow. It's okay. Can we steal Black Ma, White Ma, and Walter? But they might not be at home. Risfar waited patiently as the father and daughter spoke. Back then, he'd been immersed in these kinds of conversations too. Conversations with kids were filled with youthfulness and imagination. He could understand how Dell felt while talking to Faith. There was joy and warmth. Mr. Risfar, don't take kids seriously. There's nothing to compete over. It's true. Laffer is the third biggest Doberman in the world. It's truly unsuitable for kids to compete over. I'm afraid your daughters will feel hurt. You mean Laffer will lose? Of course. Your dog's named Laffer? He looks really small. I didn't think Mr. Risfar would like to raise small dogs. Laffer, small? I haven't seen a dog bigger than him yet. Then I guess you just haven't seen enough. My friend's 3 dogs are all bigger than Laffer. He'll just be a puppy before him. Then let's compare tomorrow. I hope you can find a dog bigger than Laffer. It had only been a joke between kids, but it ended up as a competition between 2 competitive adults. As for the 3 kids, they'd already started playing, ignoring the 2 glaring adults. It was like this had nothing to do with them. Chapter 241, Aston Martin. Chapter 241, Aston Martin. Chen Zhao finally received his driver's license. It was fairly easy to get one in the States. He had been practicing in the driving school for more than 50 hours to meet the course requirement. Apart from that, he was really a novice driver. The driving course was charged on an hourly basis, with the rate being a few dollars per hour. Hiring a coach in the driving school would cost $20 per hour. Of course, one could also choose to learn from any adult who had a driver's license. However, driving schools are mostly very materialistic. The more money you give them, the easier it will be for you to get your license. Moreover, since Chen Zhao only had a green card, it might even take longer. This could be anywhere between a month and half a year. He also had a written examination, which he passed on the first attempt. Actually, Chen Zhao had spent more time getting a road test. It was only his turn on the 5th day. He similarly passed it on the first try. After waiting for a week, he received his license. The first thing that came to his mind was to buy a car. David, are you free? Why? I want to buy a car. Okay. Where are you now? Soon, David came to fetch Chen Zhao. Chen, what kind of car do you want to get? I want to buy one for Farley first. Her car is too old. What kind of car should I give her? How much do you plan to spend? As long as it's not a few $1,000,000, I would say, Chen Zhao replied. Cars in America were considerably cheap. David was clearly more professional than Normans in this field. At least, he would recommend a rough-looking SUV to Chen Zhao. David suggested getting a sports car, which had a more feminine shape and appearance. He told Chen Zhao about various sports cars ranging from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands in cost. David was probably a car fan. While he might not be that professional, he was able to briefly analyze the advantages and disadvantages of various models based on their emission systems, motors, and performances. The very expensive models, even if you can afford them, do not suit Farley. Farley is a coastal lifeguard, so it may be somewhat awkward for her to drive a car that costs more than $1 million. I suggest getting one that's between $200,000 to $300,000. Cars which cost that much were already very high class. In fact, cars that cost more than $30,000 could already be considered as somewhat luxurious. Despite so, Chen Zhao felt that those cars were too ordinary for Farley. Chen Zhao was kind of an upstart. He thought that since he was going to give Farley a car, he should of course choose an excellent one. He also found the price of $200,000 to $300,000 quite reasonable. I recommend Aston Martin DB11 AMR, newest edition 2018. Chen Zhao used the internet to obtain photos of the model, as well as its official description. It could cost as low as $180,000, and no more than $250,000 even with the highest specs. Chen Zhao really liked the model and its price. As for the car's performance, he could not understand anything. Nevertheless, since it was recommended by David, it was probably great. I'll get this one. Chen Zhao made his decision. Shall we go to the store and take a look? Okay. Chen Zhao walked into the Aston Martin store. It was huge, with more than 10 different models on exhibit in the hall. Behind the store, there was also a giant test track. When Chen Zhao and David walked into the shop, a tall lady in business attire quickly approached them. Hi, I'm Pally's. How can I help you? We want to try the DB11 AMR. Do you have one here? Of course. Pally's eyes glowed. May I know which of you wishes to buy the car? It's me. We need to take a look first, David interrupted Chen Zhao. Pallies looked at Chen Zhao, her eyes glittering with passion. Since Chen Zhao was considering buying the DB11 AMR, he had to be very rich. What drink would you like to have? Just iced water. Me too. After Pallies gave them a cup of iced water each, she brought the two before the exhibited DB11 AMR. Then, she started to describe its various performances and functions endlessly. As the purchaser, Chen Zhao was soon completely lost, while David listened to her attentively, occasionally asking a question. We would like to go in and try it ourselves. Sure. Chen Zhao sat on the front passenger seat, while David sat in the driver's seat. To be honest, Chen Zhao did not have a solid concept about cars. A 10,000 car and a 100,000 car were both tools for him to travel. David was different. Buying a good car was almost a dream for him. After they left the car, Chen Zhao asked, "Do you have a red one here? Do you want a red one? Excuse me for my bluntness, but I think that silver gray or blue suits you more. I'm giving it to my girlfriend. She likes red." Pallies could feel her body burning with envy. Why couldn't she get such an outstanding boyfriend too? Her own boyfriend only knew how to eat and sleep at home. He dreamed about becoming a huge star every day, but could only get small, almost insignificant, roles. Pallies really wanted to drag Chen Zhao into the restroom immediately. We indeed have a red one, but it has the highest specs. Okay, how much is it? 250,000. We can help you in loaning and insurance. The total cost will be around 259,000. You can skip the loaning part. Excuse me? I'll pay the full amount, Chen Zhao said. Pallies nodded gently, then please follow me for the formalities. Mr. Chen, this is my name card. If you need anything, you can call me anytime. I'm at your service 24/7. Chen Zhao could understand the hidden meaning in the sentence. Smiling, he took the name card. Thank you. He had stopped messing with other women. If it was in the past, he would definitely not let this high-quality lady off. After paying the full price, Pallies only had to handle the insurance for Chen Zhao. The whole procedure took less than 20 minutes. Before long, Chen Zhao and David left in the car. Pallies stared at Chen Zhao's back with much resentment. David could not afford such a car, so he enjoyed himself in Chen Zhao's car. Oh yeah. I need to buy another car for myself, Chen Zhao said. What? Another one? I told you that this car's for Farley. How much do you plan to spend for your own car? I'm getting an SUV. I only need it to be big enough. Do you not have any other requirements? No. Chen Zhao's requirement was easily satisfied by most SUVs. Chen Zhao bought a Ford SUV which cost 20,000, after which he asked David to drive the car back to his house. Now, Chen Zhao had to send the Aston Martin DB11 AMR to Farley. Chapter 242, Gifting a Car. Chapter 242, Gifting a Car. Farley, I'm on the highway beside the beach. Come out for a second. Huh? Why are you at the beach? I miss you. A while later, Farley walked over from the beach. She wore a swimsuit with a life vest. As part of the coastal rescue team, she had to be ready to go into the ocean for rescue at any moment, so she always wore the life vest when working. When she walked over, she was confused. Where was Chen Zhao? Didn't he say he was here? Why wasn't he here? Farley called him. Chen, where are you? I'm here. Where? On the road. How come I don't see you? Do you see a red car parked there? Yeah. Farley obviously saw a new sports car parked on the side. Look inside. Confused, Farley turned to look. There seemed to be someone in there. And the person was waving at her. It was Chen. Farley walked over quickly. Chen Zhao had already opened the door. Chen, how come you're in here? Why can't I be in the car? Whose is it? Yours. Stop joking. My gift for you. Huh? Farley gaped at Chen Zhao with disbelief. Chen Zhao had never gifted her anything after they started dating. She never expected that his first gift would be a car. She obviously recognized the Aston Martin logo. The car had to be a few $100,000, right? Like it. Farley already had her arms around Chen Zhao's neck. She pressed a kiss on his lips. Chen Zhao hugged Farley's thin waist. Want to try? You drove it over. Yeah. But you don't have a license. I just got it. You've been practicing these past few days. Yeah. People always said that guys loved cars, but women actually loved cars more. Farley impatiently got in. She tested the driver's seat that still had the scent of leather. She had to admit that her ratty old car couldn't compare to this new car's feeling. The smooth steering experience, the gentle arcs like the curves of a woman's body. Farley had no reason not to fall in love with the car. When they went home, Farley drove the new Aston Martin while Chen Zhao drove her old car. Chen Zhao kind of regretted buying her this sports car. Farley had already transformed into a race car driver. The first time she tried it, Chen Zhao was sitting next to her. She slammed down on the gas pedal and Chen Zhao's legs were weak when he got off. Thankfully, Farley didn't drive too quickly on the way home. Chen Zhao followed behind her. Chen, we have a guest. Farley saw another car parked on the side of the road. That's mine. What? You bought 2 cars today? Yes. Why didn't you buy yourself a better one? I usually have to bring white ma, black ma, and the others, so I need a bigger car. This one suits me better. But you buying such an expensive one for me makes me uncomfortable. We're a family. Don't say that. Chen Zhao only saw cars as a transportation tool. He didn't put too much love or dreams into it. To him, even the most expensive car was still only a car. There was a difference in value, but they were the same in essence. Some people loved houses, some people loved cars, and some loved both. That night, Farley was more enthusiastic than before. It was like she wanted to repay Chen Zhao. But just as they were having sex, Chen Zhao's phone rang. He didn't want to answer, but it kept ringing. Take it, Farley panted. It's so annoying. Chen Zhao unwillingly reached over and finally got the phone. Hello. Chen, help me out. It was Dell's voice. I'm busy. And don't you know that it's immoral to disturb people's rest? You sound out of breath, Dell said. Next time I go to your place, I'm gonna stuff your head into the toilet, Chen Zhao said menacingly. Dell immediately shoved the phone at Faith, who said in her baby voice, Uncle Chen. Oh, Faithy, what's wrong? Uncle, can you help me win Ronnie and Vera? Sure. How can I help? Give me black ma and white ma. Sure, no problem. When? Tomorrow. Sure. Good night, Faithy. Who is it? How come your voice changed? A girl. I knew it. I've seen her body before. You asshole, thinking of another woman's body when you're lying on me? She's not even 1 year old. I hate you. The next day, Chen Zhao brought the entire family. The back seat was very spacious. The back of the third row could be laid down to form a small platform. White Ma and Black Ma couldn't run around, but at least it was better than being stuffed inside Farley's car. They could also open the skylight and stick their heads out. None of these bastards kept calm inside Chen Zhao's car. With a crash, the glass windows on both sides shattered. Black Ma, I saw you. This is a new car. New car. Chen Zhao stared at the rearview mirror, a bit angry. This car only cost $20,000, but it was still a new car. Even a rebellious kid wouldn't do this. If Chen Zhao was able, he would definitely beat them up now. Knowing that he'd made a mistake, Black Ma finally grew more obedient. The car reached Dell's home. Seeing the unfamiliar car, Dell thought it was some stranger. When Black Ma stuck his head out of the broken window, Dell recognized him immediately. He went to open the gates so the car could come through. Chen, when did you buy a car? If you need one, I can gift you one. This model is too low standard. Please, it's not like I haven't seen your cars before. You only have sports cars. None of them can fit Black Ma and White Ma. Chen Zhao pointed at the windows. Plus, it'll definitely be more expensive and annoying to replace a sports car's windows. Ah, Uncle Chen, you're here. Faith ran out like a puppy, but she couldn't keep her balance at all. When she reached Chen Zhao, he caught her. "Ever since you healed her eyes," Del said. She seemed to have gotten smarter. She even learned how to speak quickly. Yeah. Chen Zhao wasn't sure if the pristine eyeballs had caused this. Technically, they wouldn't cause any changes to humans. However, Faith had really become smarter. She went from baby talk to being able to communicate in 2 weeks. Earlier, Del had worried that something had happened to Faith, so he called Chen Zhao over for a checkup. He didn't find any problems. Faith was very healthy. As for becoming smarter, it wasn't a bad thing. Oh, right. Where did Tsura go these days? I haven't seen her. Chapter 243 How Are They Dogs? Chapter 243 How Are They Dogs? We broke up. No, we divorced, to be accurate. Why? This isn't the life that she wants, Del said, looking at Faith. To be honest, Del had really changed a lot after adopting Faith. He was more responsible, to say the least. On the other hand, Chen Zhao found Tsura extremely playful and daring. When she was with Del, she had tried almost everything with him. Chen Zhao had to say that Tsura was truly the definition of easy virtue. Of course, as her boyfriend, Del was not much better than herself in the past either. Suddenly, they heard Mary's scream from the house. What happened? Chen Zhao and Del immediately ran into the living room. Mary, what happened? Chen, your snake, your snake. Chen Zhao and Del turned their heads and saw Raymond trying to eat the corn snake. A section of its tail was already in Raymond's mouth. Raymond had been growing rapidly. The once finger-thick snake was now like a small python. Although the corn snake was from the real python family, it was very tiny. It had indeed already reached its maximum size. The corn snake, whose tail was in Raymond's mouth, struggled wildly, attempting to escape. Raymond, what are you doing? With his face darkened, Chen Zhao stepped onto Raymond's tail. Raymond spat the corn snake out at once. Then, he slithered under the sofa and disappeared. Asshole. Raymond had told Chen Zhao that he was merely trying to scare the corn snake. Del was long used to Chen Zhao's extraordinary pets. They were all unusually intelligent. Actually, Del had raised the corn snake hoping that it would be as smart as Raymond. In the end, its biggest use was to be Faith's pacifier. Whenever there were no adults around, Faith would grab the corn snake and stuff it into her mouth. Corn snakes are naturally docile and timid. They would rarely bite a person. When they are attacked, they will often run away. To humans, they are more or less harmless. I feel so sorry for White. Faith lifted the corn snake with some crocodile tears in her eyes. She had been constantly biting the corn snake as well. Luckily, she did not have teeth. Otherwise, the corn snake would have at least lost its skin by now. Raymond, Faith climbed under the sofa and dragged Raymond out by force. Raymond was clearly unwilling to move. Stop scaring White, or I'll eat you. Then, Faith bit Raymond. Raymond could now very clearly experience the corn snake's feeling just now. He wanted to escape, but Faith grabbed him firmly, not giving him any chance to leave. Faith, bring Blackma and Whitema to next door. Del patted Faith's head. Faith slid down the sofa and threw the 2 snakes away. Then, she called Blackma and Whitema and climbed onto Whitema's back. Whitema was very experienced in carrying children. As he ran around slowly, Faith could not feel any bumps. Under the guidance of Faith, the silly twins went to the adjacent manor. Sister Ronnie, Sister Vera, come here. Woof. Just then, Laffer ran out. When he saw the 2 giants before him, he stepped back in fear and barked wildly at them. Laffer was already very huge, but he was clearly much smaller than Blackma and Whitema, who weighed 120 kilograms each. Woof, woof. The silly twins also roared at Laffer. The 3 dogs continued to bark at one another. They finally managed to attract Risfar from the house. When he saw the silly twins, he almost sat on the floor. How are they dogs? They are surely wolves. They were extremely large even for wolves. Most people who knew about dogs also knew about wolves. They could at least distinguish between the two. Black Ma and White Ma were over 2.3 meters long and also had a shoulder height of 1 meters. When they stood up, they could reach 3 meters in height. In addition, their soft fur made them look even bigger. With their sizes, they were already at the top of the terrestrial food chain. Very quickly, Risvar saw Faith, who was sitting on White Ma's back. He suddenly realized that these two wolves might just be what Faith had brought here to compare with Laffa. In this case, Laffa already lost. Laffa probably weighed only half as much as each of them, not to mention their other differences. Wow, these two doggies are huge. Ronnie and Vera also ran out from the house. They did not know what fear was. Clearly, they also did not know that these were wolves, not dogs. Risvar was about to stop his daughters from going any closer when White Ma already approached the two with Faith on his back. Then, White Ma lay on the ground so that Faith could slide down from his back. Sister Ronnie, Sister Vera, look. These are my White Ma and Black Ma. They are huge, right? Ronnie and Vera turned their heads and looked at Laffa, who indeed appeared to be very small. There is no harm without comparison. With the silly twins around, Ronnie and Vera immediately disliked Laffa. Ronnie, Vera, they're wolves, Risvar said. Dad, what are wolves? Risvar really wanted to tell them that wolves would eat people. However, he could not say so before his two daughters and two wolves. Dad, we lost. Ronnie looked at Risvar. Dad, I want this kind of dog too. His fur is so soft. Risvar did not know what to do or how he could get two wolves for them. It was not really because the silly twins were too big. In fact, even in the natural world, they were also wolves that could reach the size of Black Ma and White Ma. It was really because of their nature. Risvar did not even dare to let her daughters go close to a tamed wolf. Faith pointed her finger. Black Ma, help me bring my milk bottle here. Black Ma ran out of the manor. After a while, he returned with the bottle in his mouth. Surprise flashed across Risvar's eyes. He's very smart. If he could get wolves that were this intelligent, he would not mind keeping them as pets for his daughters. Faith, are these two dogs yours? Blinking her large eyes, Faith sucked her milk bottle and said in an innocent voice, they're both mine and Uncle Chen's. Are their names White Ma and Black Ma? Yes. How does your uncle train them? What's train? Risvar realized that Faith clearly could not understand what he was trying to say. Why are they so clever? They're this clever since the start, Faith replied confidently. Well, she still can't understand me. However, Faith added, Uncle, I know what you mean. Are you asking me how Uncle Chen usually teaches Black Ma and White Ma? Yes, do you know? Chapter 188, I can't control my right hand anymore. Chapter 188, I can't control my right hand anymore. I won't be able to defeat you. This is hell. I don't need to be stuck in that rotting body anymore and my power won't be restricted by time. I've also eaten my souls here. I am completely different from before now. Confidence is good, but have you thought about what will happen if you lose? I won't lose. How about you turn around and ask for my friend's opinion? Your friend? Winry Gargamel suddenly felt a huge shadow loom over her. She turned around and saw the most horrifying and hopeless scene in both her previous and current life. She'd heard from the spirits that wandered the area that this huge snake before her now was the Lord, a terrible demon lord. Winry had once seen this demon from afar when she'd first fallen into hell. Whenever Raymond ate, he would swallow some spirits in the desert and leave when he was full. Whoever was eaten by him, well, that sucked for them. Whenever Raymond appeared, all the other spirits would hide from him. Let me introduce to you my friend, Raymond Stees. Chen Zhao smiled at Winry. Human, how should I punish her? I don't want to kill her yet. I have some questions to ask. Raymond spat out a mouthful of acid onto Winry. She immediately started screaming as smoke rose up from her body. She fell to the ground in pain. Are you sure this won't kill her? Chen Zhao asked with some regret while looking at Winry. This is how I store my food. My numbing poison will seal off her consciousness and she won't rot. It's like how you humans use refrigerators. Okay. Chen Zhao saw a 10-foot-tall figure beside Raymond. Of course, this figure was quite small compared to Raymond. This demon had brown skin, a bald head, long and sharp ears, and a pair of canines poking out of his mouth. He had the skin of an unknown beast on his back while there were various slits on his bare skin. These slits were all eyelids, opening and closing, they were eyes. Chen Zhao counted. This demon had at least 100 eyes. Hello. Are you the true visioner? Hello, living lord. I am the true visioner Leos, the demon said. His voice was weak. I'll check your body. While checking, Chen Zhao asked a few questions. Have you done anything special or ran into anything recently? Last time, I accidentally ate a mutant flower and was bedridden for a whole month, but that was half a year ago. Chen Zhao thought for a moment. Hell flowers were poisonous and harmful even to demons. What could a mutant flower cause? He wasn't sure, he had to do more research. He discovered that one eyeball on Leo's back was completely bloodshot. Leo's, can you still see with this eye? That eye doesn't work anymore. Afterward, Chen Zhao discovered several eyes on Leo's that had similar symptoms. He reached out and pressed the area around the eyes and finally found what was wrong. The capillaries on the eyes weren't capillaries at all. They were the roots of a plant. Chen Zhao took a stethoscope out and listened carefully to the inside of Leo's body. There's something living inside you, Chen Zhao said. Really? Can you do anything about it? It was common to have parasites in hell. The host and parasite would often live together because neither could do anything to the other. However, some parasites were more invasive and more harmful to the host. The parasite in Leo's right now was obviously the more invasive and aggressive ones. If it couldn't be removed in time, Leo's may be sucked dry by it. I need to operate on you and physically remove the parasite. You can do whatever necessary to remove that thing from me. One of the disabled eyes suddenly opened and shot a laser at Chen Zhao. His right hand went out of control. The mouth of Glutton on his palm opened and the ray shot into the mouth. Chen Zhao retreated hurriedly in fright. Leo's, Raymond said, upset. Why did you attack the human? I didn't do that. I lost control of that eye long ago. That parasite has a mind, Chen Zhao analyzed. I think it sensed my intentions, so it attacked me. Leo's, seal the eyes you can't control. Otherwise, the human can't do surgery. Okay. When I get that thing out, I'm going to rip it to shreds. It took a lot of effort to seal the uncontrollable eyes. Around 2 p.m., Chen Zhao and Del entered Risfar's manor. Mr. Risfar. Hello, Mr. Del. And this is my friend, Chen. His black Ma and white Ma's owner. Oh, the dogs and Faith didn't cause any trouble, right? Del had some pride on his face, as if saying, "Ha, you lost, right?" "Ha, no. They're sleeping right now and even ate a piece of steak." Risfar chuckled. The fight between them had been immature and childish. Whether he won or not, it wouldn't really affect their adult relationship. Mr. Chen, I must admit that Black Ma and White Ma are the most intelligent dogs I've ever seen. You haven't seen his other pets. Del pursed his lips, expressing that Risfar hadn't seen enough. Mr. Chen, are you willing to leave them? I can pay $1 million to buy their ownership. I'm sorry, Mr. Risfar. I'm afraid this is impossible. $2 million. Mr. Risfar, let's change the topic, Chen Zhao said. Okay, I'm sorry for the offense. Risfar hadn't expected much. He knew Black Ma and White Ma's value, but he wouldn't spend more money than that to buy 2 dogs. Mr. Chen, you seem to be skilled in beast training. Can you share your experiences with me? I wish to make Laffer smarter too. I don't really do much, Chen Zhao said offhandedly. I just kick them and hit them when they make a mistake. This was the same as what Faith had said. Risfar really believed it for a moment. Is that really effective? Chapter 245, Brand. Chapter 245, Brand. First, you have to let them know what scolding is, Chen Zhao added. It was clearly impossible. Risfar stopped asking about it, since Chen Zhao was obviously unwilling to tell him. Chen Zhao and Del brought Faith and the silly twins back. Risfar looked at the door, deep in thought. When Faith woke up in Del's arms, she saw Chen Zhao looking at her. She immediately reached out for Chen Zhao. Uncle Chen, hug me. Chen Zhao carried Faith in his arms. You're awake. Uncle Chen, are you leaving? Yes. Are Black Ma and White Ma leaving too? Yup. When will you come again? Actually, you can come to my house too. Faith turned her head and looked at Del. Dad, can I go to Uncle Chen's place? Of course. Del clearly could not say no. Chen, why don't you stay for a meal together? Nah, I still have something later. Hi, Mr. Fellwood. When Chen Zhao arrived at the construction site outside Mirror Lake, Fellwood Cisco walked out with his helmet. As the owner of the company, Fellwood was very responsible. Indeed, he had been placing heavy emphasis on Chen Zhao's project. Whenever Chen Zhao came here, Fellwood was almost always present and supervising his team. Of course, maybe he was here only because his company did not have enough manpower. Hi, Mr. Chen. How's the construction going? We've already added concrete and reinforcement to the foundation. Currently, we're intercepting the lake water outside the main building. Fellwood tried his best to explain to Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao knew why they had to intercept the lake. Because part of the building was designed to be in the lake itself, they had to block the water before they could build that part. Mr. Chen, to be honest, the pH of the soil here is really bad. Many plants which we plan to grow probably can't survive. Do you have any suggestion then? When we build the building, we'll be digging up a lot of silt from the lake. I can ask my workers to spread the silt in the surrounding region. The silt will make an excellent soil for plants, but it will only cover the area adjacent to the villa. Places further away will still look barren and monotonous. Then help me to dig more silt and cover a larger area, even if you need more money for it. Mr. Chen, I'm happy to help you, but we have no right or capability to change the lake that much. Is there not a solution at all? There is. I've studied the geographical environment here. The river connected to Mirror Lake eventually flows into the Los Angeles Inland River, but it's too narrow for bigger ships. You can consider widening the river, which will allow for easier water transportation. If you have a yacht, this will allow it to come in too. You can also build a dock near the lake and ask for the silt in the river to be piled up here. My team can help you to spread the silt around the place. According to your plan, I need to hire a water engineering team, right? Yes. How much will that be? According to my estimate, dredging the river should cost around $300 for every 10 meters. It's about 25 kilometers from here to the inland river. 1 kilometer costs $30,000. So I need to spend about $750,000. Am I right? I know a water engineering company. I can help you to contact them, Fellwood said. Also, I can get you the project at $500,000. Chen Zhao looked at Fellwood. It was only 2/3 of the original cost. Do you have any requirements? Chen Zhao asked. I hope that my team can build the small dock too, Fellwood said. How much does it cost to build a dock that can accommodate a yacht? 100,000. I need to ask about it. Chen Zhao had already made up his mind, but he did not know the market price. Therefore, he was going to ask a professional person if the price was reasonable. Of course. Fellwood could tell that Chen Zhao would probably agree. He really understood Chen Zhao's mindset. Given that Chen Zhao was willing to spend more than $1 million to build a luxurious villa, he certainly had a harsh requirement on the environment. When he heard any flaws, he would surely be willing to spend more money to remedy them. Brewster found Smith's apartment. He realized that the door was open. He first knocked on the door. There was no response. Brewster pushed the door open. He was immediately greeted by a wave of pungent smell and piles of rubbish. Brewster frowned. He knew that Smith was not a tidy person, but he did not expect it to be so bad. Brewster shouted, "Smith, are you there?" "It's me, Brewster." Smith looked very dispirited. His hair was messy and he could not remember when was the last time he shaved his beard. His bloodshot eyes were further surrounded by deep, black patches. "Smith, I heard that you've lost at soccer gambling, but you better not lose your job too." Brewster came here to warn Smith, whom he was very dissatisfied with. Smith looked dazed. He clenched his left fist firmly and began to tremble. Although Brewster was quite old, he was still 5 centimeters taller and also fatter than Smith. Hence, he was not scared at all. "What? You want to punch me?" Smith lifted his head and looked at Brewster. Suddenly, he smiled and extended his hand. "No, I didn't mean it. I will go to work." "That's much better." Brewster grabbed Smith's hand. However, he suddenly felt a sharp, burning sensation on his palm. "Ah, let go. Let go of me." Brewster struggled away from Smith's hand. He looked at his hand and realized there was a brand. The brand was circular, with a demon portrait in it. "What did you do? What did you do to me?" Smith stood still with a strange smile on his face. Brewster felt more and more uneasy. He turned around and ran away. Smith did not give chase. Brewster repeatedly pressed the elevator button in panic. Ding! The elevator door opened. Brewster quickly bolted in. The door closed and he heaved a sigh. Then, he immediately called Sienna. "Hey! Ah!" Before Brewster could speak properly, the elevator fell down. "Hi, Mr. Brewster." "Hello. What's wrong?" "You're tuning in to the Dreamy Chapters YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.